Tamam mı?
Evet, günaydın arkadaşlar, hoş geldiniz. Bugünkü
Good morning, all. Welcome to the session today, the first session of the day. Will be initiated with our lawyer Cihat Eren, who was fighting in Rize, and also Metin Lokumcu, who was unfortunately slaughtered with the fog bomb of the police in Artvin, and also Ayşin Büyük Nohutçu and Ali Ulvi Büyük Nohutçu, who also lost their lives while fighting for the nature. Welcome all. Today we have our friends who are fighting for environment and ecology from across Turkey. And today we'll be talking about the legal proceedings initiated. In the afternoon, we will have a meeting between the lawyers and our colleagues, and we will discuss if it's possible to have Ecocide in our legislation. And then there will be a session to declare the conclusion announcement. This is Museum Gazhane. You don't need to leave then. There are various exhibitions, and you can also visit the exhibitions in the museum. And we will end the day with the visit in the exhibitions. The session will last until 12:30. We have 2 hours, and during the preparation we asked you to speak for 5 minutes at max. So there are 25 speakers so far. So if it is more than 5 minutes, we cannot eat our lunch. So please be very careful about your time. Now we will give the floor to you. The microphone will be circulated in the room. And let's introduce each other, your name and where you're coming from. If everyone can mention, we will be very happy, because there is a time limitation. This is Melis. I'm one of those who was on watching Kaz Mountains for 2 years. I'm also in the Ecocide working group. This is Süleyman Yılmaz. I am with Burhaniye Environment Platform, and also I am in the working group of Ecocide. This is Aslı Akdemir. I'm here individually. I'm not representing any organization. This is Ali Cangı. I am joining on behalf of İkizköy Environment Committee. Ali Kalçık. I am joining from Van, and I'm the head of the foundation for the historical monuments Gaye Bulut. I am here on behalf of Valideba Defense, and also I'm in the Ecocide group. I'm working for Kadir Has University. I'm writing on environment and struggles. This is Zeynel Şentürk. I am from the Climate Justice Commission. Sualp Özel from ODTÜ Environment Group. This is Ali Çiftçi from the Chamber of Environment Engineers. Niray from the same chamber. İbrahim Akın, I am the co-spokesperson of Green Labour Party. Osman Fazlıoğlu from İkizdere Environment Foundation. Leyla Bilgehan, I'm joining from İzmir. I am with Umut Sen, but I am here independently. Hello, this is Koray Türkay. I am here on behalf of Istanbul Coordination. This is Akın Hakan Alkan. I am from Çanakkale Green Left. Hello, this is Mine Yılmaz. I am joining from Zonguldak, Ereğli. Çetin Yılmaz. I'm from Zonguldak, Karadeniz, Ereğli, and I am one of the environmental volunteers. Gazi Osman Şakar. I am with Salda Lake Protection Foundation, joining you from Burdur Yeşilova. Hello, this is Mehmet Özdağ. I am with Samsun Environmental Platform, and also I am the board member in Chamber of Electric Engineers. This is Yunus, and I'm here on behalf of Muğla Environment Platform. I'm the co-spokesperson of Muğla Platform. Haluk Özsoy, I'm here on behalf of Peştin Platform. Hello all, this is Eren Dağıstanlı. I am from Black Sea region, Hopa, and I've been with the ecology struggle for longest in Black Sea region. I'm here as a member of press from Biyanet, Tuğçe Yılmaz. Levent Büyükbozkırlı. I am from the defense of the northern forests. Ayhan Çelik from Muçev. Nermin Atılgan from Datça. Hello all, this is Altun Esen from Munzur Environment Foundation. Hello, this is Caner Gökbayrak from Bursa Water Collective. I am with the Life Platform. And I'm also with Kaz Mountains and Climate Justice. Wish you all the best. This is Aslı Kahraman Eren. I am from Federation of İkizdere Foundations and also Validebağ Resistance. Hello, I'm an activist and ecologist, and I'm also with Validebağ and Kaz Mountains. Burcu Kiriş from Validebağ Volunteers, Arif Belgin from Validebağ Volunteers, and many other ecology movements that I couldn't really list now. Hüsamettin Narlıca, I'm here individually. I am interested in ecology, medicine, nutrition, and agriculture. Rojat Dilsiz from Bar of Şırnak, Bar Association of Şırnak. Mehmet Akbulut from the Foundation of Kaz Mountains. Sedat Ural, Istanbul branch of the Chamber of Environmental Engineers. I'm Faisal and here on behalf of Bar Association of Şırnak. Şahinder Bayram from Malatya Environment Platform. This is, I'm joining you from Kahramanmaraş, Elbistan, the platform of protection of the life and nature. This is Çiğdem Özbaş. I am with the Coalition of Climate Justice International Working Group and Yeşil Sol Climate Crisis Working Group. This is Aysu Topal. I am with Green Left Party. Yüksel Demirtaş from Validebağ Defense and Marmara Yaşasın. And we have our technical staff with us, and I would like to thank them for their support for the last 2 days. This is Gökhan Şahin. I am preparing videos and documentaries and taking photos with respect to breach of rights and climate crisis. This is Hadi İskit. I'm with the Ankara newspaper. I'm in charge of technical stuff. This is Sude. I am a student in the Industrial Engineering Department.
Emre. İlk söz.
Efendim?
Ee, Merhaba, Finike'de
Hello.
işlenen çevre cinayetinin Ali Aysin Büyüknotçu çiftinin kızı olarak buradayım.
I'm the daughter of Ali Aysin Büyüknotçu.
Teşekkür ederim. Ya başlayayım mı ben? Ne yapayım?
Do you like me to start?
Nereden başlayacağımı bilmiyorum.
Well, I
Çok
don't know where to
karışık.
start from. I'm not really used to
İsterseniz şeyden
such things, but maybe I could start with telling you about the process. Then we can talk about the legal aspects.
Tamam. Tamam. Şimdi anne ve babamın mücadelesi tabii
Well, the struggle of my parents
başladıkları bir
was not actually an issue they started with intention to struggle. They actually found themselves as mountain house to live in peace during their retirement period, and they wanted to grow their fruits and vegetables and their animals, and we would visit them during the holidays. However, as time went by, the animals, the human health, the plants, and the drinking water were all very poorly affected, and they then thought there must be a reason for it, and they started to research what the reason might be, and they witnessed that like 14 different quarries were carrying out some activities in breach of the law. So then they started to research, and as they digged deeper, many other things were revealed. So they started to document it by time, and years later, they thought it should be brought to the legal perspective because indispensable and irreversible things were coming out, and Bartu Bahçeci, those two companies who are connected with one another, so they started a legal procedure to shut down that quarry, and they made sure that it is decided to be shut down. That was a precedent to shut down the other quarries in the region. And of course, 1 year later, in addition to all the threats they were receiving,
Recording in progress.
those threats were exacerbated, and our house in the region was arsoned at night time. The fire was prevented, but 2 days later, unfortunately, we heard about the homicide. As for the legal part, this is a process that was not fulfilled properly. No request was actually fulfilled by the court, and there were even requests that were declined during the hearings. And starting with the minutes that were incomplete or wrong to the guidance to identify by the public prosecutor, it was all conducted with a poor intention. And when we requested, the processes were declined during the hearings. So there were many problems like this, and the threats that my father and mother were receiving were towards me then, because as you do not silence, the threats would be increased. How about the case right now? They wanted to make a decision to not prosecute, or the non-prosecution decision And that is the summary.
Eren direkt mikrofonu sana vereyim.
Merhabalar.
Hello,
Notlarıma bakmak için arada eğileceğim. Kusura bakmayın.
I will look down to take a look at my notes. Sorry for that already. So we are joking amongst ourselves. So me and Emily, we are the homicide department. Today I will tell you about the homicide of Metin Lokumcu, and my brother also spoke about Cihan Eren. Maybe I could start with Cihan Eren as well and not forget about it. During the floods in Black Sea, you should remember lawyer Cihan Eren, because
7 ili kapsayan ve Karadeniz'i bir barikat olarak üzerine dolgu olarak inşa edilen Karadeniz sahil yoluna karşı Rize'nin Fındıklı ilçesinin Aksu mahallesinde, orası 1998 yılında sit alanı ilan edilmiş bir mahalleydi. Hukuki koruması olan önemli bir
so
sahil.
in Aksu neighborhood, which was declared to be a protection and conservation area, he started prosecution, and on April 20, 2005, there was going to be an expert discovery, and Cihan Eren was murdered by Serhat Tekinci, and he was in the intensive care unit for 95 days and he lost his life. His murderer, Serhat Karadeniz, said he imitated Polat Alemdar from the Kurtlar Vadisi TV series, and he said he murdered Cihan Eren because he was the most famous person in the region by then. Then he was sent to Bahçecik prison, and he was in some conflicts with Sedat Peker, the leader of a gang. Karadeniz Coastal Road first emerged in 90s, and it started with the government of ANAP, and it was opened by the then Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdogan. After Trabzon Araklı flood, Black Sea Climate Plan was declared, and it was mentioned that the Black Sea coastal road was actually blocking the rivers to arrive at the sea. And after he was killed, there was a motto on the newspaper: he died and he came out to be right. But indeed, he was killed because he was right. I am from Hopa, Artvin, and Metin Lokumcu was a brother of ours, a comrade of ours, and I brought the greetings of his family, and his son Ulaş Lokumcu sent his greetings to you. I was speaking to him on the phone. Before telling you about Metin Lokumcu case, I would like to tell you why he was actually murdered. We need to go back to May 21st of 2011. The then Prime Minister, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, did something that he never did before. As you know, they would hold meetings in the city centers, and Hopa is a district of 20,000 people back then. And he wanted to have a meeting in Hopa. And in the police reports, it is indicated that Hopa is not a proper place for meetings. As you all know, if there is a meeting to be held, the police will first hold a security meeting amongst itself, and it is resolved and approved by the governor's office and the municipality. So in this report, it is indicated that Hopa is not a proper place for the meeting, but Artvin city center is fit for it. But still, they wanted to hold this meeting in Artvin Hopa. And back then, the Artvin Hopa border gate was to be opened for passing to Georgia. And there was also a fight against the power plants on the creeks and the rivers. And there were many local organizations struggling against those power plants. And because the then prime minister was to go there, they thought that they will raise their objections to the prime minister, and also they gathered in Hopa Square. It was nearly 300 to 500 people. And for this community, police came from 7 different provinces for only 300 to 500 people. And those policies tried to disperse the people before the prime minister arrived at Hopa, and Metin Lokumcu actually wanted to calm down the things. So the people were only dancing horon there, and they were going to raise their requests. They want to build hydroelectric power plants in our rivers, so do not intervene. So he was like a shield between the people and the police, but they used such intense chemical gas that unfortunately Metin Lokumcu had a heart attack and he lost his life. And you may remember his words, "Enough of you, and take me and save the country," he said. And after that, he was hospitalized in Hopa Public Hospital. The prime minister was still not in Hopa then. And I should remind you what he said. Roshan Chakar, but he died in the broadcast in NTV. He said that was not a fit position for a retired teacher. He had stone in his hand. However, Metin Lokumcu could not physically attack him because Tayyip Erdoğan was not even in Hopa, and unfortunately he was murdered. And then there was this famous meeting in Trabzon after the prime minister left Hopa. He said there were the bandits in Hopa, so we continue our struggle as bandits. As for the case itself, let me give you brief information. So a case was opened against the police director, the governor, and the then Minister of Interior, Osman Gümüş, declined the case by rejecting the objections, and our objections were again rejected, and the district governor of Hopa was again not prosecuted. We have only 13 policies, and there is another file in European Court of Human Rights. Let me wrap up. So I told you about 2 homicides. Well, currently, the case against 13 policies
asliye cezadaydı.
was with Trabzon
Ondan sonra
court,
yapılan
and then
tartışması sonrası ikinci ağır cezaya gitti.
it was referred to the second penal court.
Onunla dayanışmacı avukatlarımızdan davamız.
Julia is one of the lawyers following our case. I'm looking at her, not to say anything wrong. And out of 13 policies, 3 or 4 of them are senior policies, like the provincial director of the police, Erzurum director, and the gas users of 7 different provinces are being prosecuted, while their statements say, I don't remember, I didn't see, I didn't hear anything. Metin Lokumcu hearing was postponed until 27th of January, so I'm inviting you all to follow the case in Trabzon court, and we are wishing justice for Metin Lokumcu and for the nature itself. Thank you all.
Sevgili Eren ve Emine çok teşekkür ederiz.
Eren and Emin, thank you very much for your words.
Arkadaşlar buraya kurumları, ekoloji mücadelesi yapan kurumları çağırırken şöyle bir şey gözettik.
So while inviting the organizations here, we had one idea in our minds. The
mücadele alanlarına göre tespit edilmiştir. Doğaldır ki
foundations organizations were actually identified according to the regions and according to their fields of struggle. Of course, there are many more organizations fighting for the nature in Turkey. And please do not exceed 5 minutes limit. We know you would like to say a lot of things. So we have to balance between what is possible and what we can do in the time we have in our hands. And we are expecting your understanding for that. And who should I give the floor first? You can, whoever wants can take the floor.
Şunu 2 dakika takalım. Yok, ben ayakta durdum, önemli değil.
Evet. Zoom'a bağlı değil ama galiba.
İnternet var.
Şuna. İşte Zoom'a link
Bağlanmamız
göndersin.
var.
Siz hazırlık bana kadar mı?
Tabii lütfen. Tabii.
Ya Mehmet'in bir ufak sunumu var. O Mehmet'in ufak.
Mehmet Ali will have a short presentation, a short one. And did you want to speak, Aslı? Who wanted to speak? Okay, now meanwhile, you could talk. As we are broadcasting through Zoom, well, I am going to read the text by Mucep for you. My name is Yunus Karaca. Can I come?
Çok hızlı geldim ben.
Well,
Gizleyebileceğim bir
I came very fast.
kürsü umuyordum ama
I was hoping for a floor from where to read, but I'm going to read it from my phone. I'm sorry for that. Valuable Climate Justice Coalition components and guests. Today, while climate change arrived to a large crisis, animate and inanimate assets of life are disappearing, and our planet, where we have lived together for years, are becoming uninhabitable because of the industrial capitalist system, and we are continuing to struggle through different sections And time to time, our ways are intersecting, and from time to time, we are thrown at different sides. And last year, the COP26 peoples, we were together during COP26, and we are here now together against Ecocide as well. And tomorrow, we will be walking side to side in the demonstration called "We Are Defending Our Living Spaces." We couldn't support the preparation of this conference very well, but we know that we will be defending our living spaces or areas together. And we would like to invite you through our following text to act together. Our living spaces are ours. The thermal power plants not only harm Muğla, but the entire planet. The coal mines that devour our villages and olive groves, the cement factories are destroying the cultivated lands, the great marinas are stealing our seas, thousands and tens of thousands of concrete constructions on national parks and wetlands and stream beds and beaches and occupied coasts and seas are getting polluted by the discharge products, and the drinking water is commodified and plastic bottles and much more. On the one hand, the money is flowing to who's getting richer as they are getting richer with these projects. On the other hand, all the workers and peasants who have their bread, water, land, sea, coast, forest, women, young people, the elderly, all the citizens. Beginning with the air that we breathe, with all living things, from the soil we live, plants, or forests, or olive groves, the source of life, streams and lakes, the underground waters are under attack. Not only Muğla, but all of Turkey and the entire planet is actually under threat. And our planet is experiencing an ecological crisis. This crisis is not independent of the social, ideological, political, cultural, and economic crisis. This crisis is the result of the developmental and industrial capitalist system. The system is hostile to people, to water, soil, and air. As the poet says, they are the enemy of hope, my darling. Due to the policies implemented in our country in favor of capital, natural and cultural assets have been plundered and turned into means of rent and commodified. Cities were made concrete under the name of urban transformation, or air, water, land have been commodified, and agriculture collapsed, and food sovereignty fell into the hands of corporations. The rural-urban divide has been further filled. The fields are now empty. Through crazy projects, thermal power plants, gold mining with GPPS, WPPS, green roads, sea embankments, industrial investments, rural and urban areas, plains, plateaus, agricultural areas, underground and surface waters have been polluted and poisoned. From the Aegean to the east, from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, there is a multifaceted ecological plunder, and the rest is wanted to be destroyed by mining activities. With all kinds of mining activities, the nature and the residential areas are being destroyed one by one. Muğla that is being poisoned by thermal power plants, and there are quarries and different kinds of mining activities. The stone quarries, feldspar quarries, clay and limestone quarries are destroying nature. Against this ecological plunder, in Bodrum, Köyceğiz, Milas, Tuzla, Göcek, Ortaca, Datça, Gökova, Yatağan, Marmaris, Kızılbük, Akbelen, Denizli, Avdan, Uşak, Aydın, İzmir, Çeşme, İda Mountains, İstanbul, Sinop, İkizdere, İliç, Mersin, Dersim, Şırnak, and Judy. In all Muğla and the whole country, our struggle will continue to defend the fruit-age trees and the life that flourishes all over Muğla and the whole country. In order to elevate the struggle against the ecological crisis, on November the 6th, all Muğla residents and all life defenders from the surrounding provinces, all institutions and organizations sensitive to nature and people are invited to stand together with the understanding that taking care of the soil, water and air is essential to support and defend the right of all living things in a healthy environment. We are calling on Muğla to defend our living spaces. We share this text with you on behalf of all institutions and organizations that are with us in Muğla. Thank you. Thank you, Yunus.
Evet, merhaba arkadaşlar. Ben Mehmet Özdağ.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Mehmet Özdağ. I am here on behalf of Samsun Environment Platform.
Bir sunum hazırlamıştım çok hızlı.
I prepared the presentation that I want to introduce to you very fastly. I want to talk about the biomass energy plant in Çarşamba, evaluating, making use. It might seem as if it's about making use of the waste, but what is important is how you approach this issue. I want to give you an example. Maybe it was mentioned in the sessions yesterday, but I don't want to enter into the details of the legislation. But I have 3 questions through which I want to proceed. I want to continue my presentation. Whether burning the forest is renewable energy, whether old tires of cars, whether burning these is biomass, and whether burning the waste is biomass. So if we're going to use the example of Çarşamba, the Çarşamba plain is one of the most important plains in Turkey, and also according to a decision of the official gazette of the year 2016, it was defined as a big plain with the status of agricultural site. It has a coastal line of 70 kilometers and the depth is 30 meters. As you can see, maybe if you visited Samsun, you know it. This is the Samsun airport, and this is where this plant will be established. And there, this is the pond where the potable water, the drinking water of Samsun is taken from. I took this photo. I usually, when I'm gonna fly in a plane, I choose my seat according to this idea of where I can take pictures from, because I'm an amateur photographer as well. This is a photo from the same flight. This is the Samsun drinking water, the dam where this potable water of Samsun is coming from, and this is the biomass plant. This installation will need 230,000 tons of fuel, and the daily water consumption will be 1,500 cubic meters, and 38 tons of ash will be released from the chimneys, in the most ideal optimum scenario, supposedly. We have been informing the public after we were informed about the situation. These are some examples from our field visits, and the Chamber of the Electricity Engineers and the Agricultural Engineers did have the competency to file a complaint because we didn't have that competency. The people, the public that is directly affected by a situation can sue it, and the Chamber of the Engineers of Electricity and Engineers of Agricultural Engineers were included. They were engaged in the file, and the case still continues. Meanwhile, we are continuing our awareness-raising studies in the field. I'm going really fast because I have very limited time. Well, comrades, against the Çarşamba biomass plant, 2 times the result was on our favor. I am going to share the names of the experts here. Turan Karadeniz, Salim Narkas, Serkan Naz, Kemal Çalık. These are academicians. Unfortunately, these people, these academicians, we are talking about a facility where wood is being used, and 1,600 tons of underground water is being consumed in this facility, and these experts well, the local court decided to reject, and they decided in our favor, and it is important to give the names of these people, because these people are invited for their expert opinions in several environmental cases, so it is important to know who they are. I will continue. So this case was rejected, and they asked for the establishment of a new expert opinion council, and I want to give names again. I'm sorry, because I think it's really important. Two more academicians from Gazi Osman Pasha University. One of them is a chemistry engineer, and the other one is an instructor in the agriculture faculty. And they say that the incineration of the waste will eliminate the problems. So this person is talking about the incineration of agricultural products as if it's a positive solution. And after these ideas, new people were assigned. And again, although the expert opinion was in our favor, the court decided against us, and now for the third time there are these people, these experts whose names you are seeing: Kamil Kaygısız, Orhan Şenkenan Barik, Sabahattin Sıddık, Serkan Gül, Ömer Yüksek, Mehmet Arkan, Uzun Hisarcık. We can give information about them, and we want them to be followed. Right now the decision is 7-0 against us, and we have objected, we have raised our objections, and we have collected money from our own pockets, and for each time we paid what we needed to, and with all this money we are trying for the justice to be found. It is a big problem for us. In energy issues, the discourses are defining the policies. In 73 provinces of Turkey right now, there is this issue of the establishment of biomass plants with a total installed capacity more than 2,000 megawatts. We should not follow the propaganda, we shouldn't accept it, and we should question it. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, ecocide in Turkey has to do, the definition of ecocide as a crime has a lot to do with the expert opinions. Maybe one of the outputs of this conference will also be about how the biomass is creating mass losses, it seems. As you see, the time is limited, but also I want to remind you that everything that you will be talking about, if you send it to us in a written format, they will be included in hopefully a book that we are hoping to edit as a group. So please don't worry about the fact that you won't be talking about everything. Well, who's gonna take the floor now? Let's it be a woman, Aslı. Everybody will be speaking, don't worry.
Evet, konuşacağım.
Yes, I prepared my lecture in order not to lose a lot of time. First of all, hello to everyone from the last day of the International Conference on Ecocide.
Uluslararası İklim Adalet Konferanslarının bugün 7. günü.
We are on the 7th day of International Climate Justice Conferences, and we try to be involved in these conferences, coming here every day together with our friends, and the participation of nature lover comrades. We were trying to come up with solutions and suggestions around same problems. And first of all, I would like to invite for an applause to everyone who put their efforts in this process. The 1 week organization was hosting Müze Gazhane. Well, also Yüksel, one of our friends who was in the process of the recovery of this place, Museum Gazhane, which is hosting our 1 week conference. So thanks to Yüksel as well. It is more important than anything else to appreciate, to talk about our gratitude to people, because it was such a huge organization. And on behalf, I am going to be talking on behalf of the Union of Ecology, or Halime came to Istanbul 2 days ago, who was going to be the co-spokesperson. She had to return to her home, so I'm sending my greetings to her. The year 2018 was announced as the year of establishment of Union of Ecology, and it continues to struggle against the destruction of nature with insistence, with hope. In every corner of our country, the Union of Ecology is resisting against ecocide, and I would like to thank to the defenders of life and the protectors of nature. We are experiencing in the struggle spaces, from science to theory, we are learning how to struggle nature, water, soil, air, and living beings. The natural life cycle is given to the hands of the capitalist capital every day, and the life to air and the life to a decent life is being stolen from us. The project starting from Samsun and Artvin, we had actually started with our struggle against ecocide against these projects that started on the Black Sea from Samsun to Artvin, and the hydroelectricity plants were established. And when the valleys get dry and the gazelles are gonna be coming down to the streets crying, and the bees, when the bees and the fish are dead, and when we lose the living spaces of the forest and the products of the laborers of the soil are destroyed, and the mountains that are the deposit of oxygen, and people will be left without oxygen, ecocide will be thus ecocide has taken its place in our lives, and the chemical substances that are getting mixed in the soil cause one individual from each family to lose their lives. And this was Chernobyl, and the second Chernobyl situation is waiting at the gate. From Dersim to Marmaris, from Alanya to Bodrum, the forest fires, the habitat was destroyed through the forest fires, and we know that this is also ecocide. Those who grew up eating olives in between 2 slices of bread are trying to destroy the Aegean, as is the case with the Yıldırım Mountains. Being engaged in a collective struggle expands our awareness, but at the same time, we see that the planet is about to be devastated and we are suffering. And we are broadcasting alive in our country where the accidents take place so frequently. We are trying to make our voices heard to the authorities. And we are struggling together with people who are different people with different nations who are trying to appropriate their rights to life in the name of being able to give a green planet to the next generations. We are greeting everyone, each of you separately, together with all of our components with the life defenders. We are expanding our struggle and touching the ethnic origins of the world. We continue to raise our voice. If you protect the nature will protect you. Do not be at war with the world, but be in peace with the world. Aslı Eren, on behalf of the Union of Ecology. Thank you very much, Aslı, and thank you also to the Union of Ecology. There are a lot of people who wanna speak. There is someone there I wanna give the floor to there.
Merhaba arkadaşlar.
Hello, dear friends. I am from the Association of the Protection of Salda Lake. My name is Gazi Osman Şakar. The Salda Lake is a closed ecosystem, and the contamination that is seen in Salda Lake will stay there. It is not reversible, and this causes the living beings to get extinct or to disappear. So there we have a fish there which is endemic, which is an endemic type to Salda Lake, which is a type of carp or roach. And Salda Lake has a peculiar ecological structure, and only those living beings who are able to adapt to that ecological structure can survive there. The Salda Lake was formed from those times in which the in Salda Lake we still have monocellular beings who are from those times, those ancient times, before 3.9 million of years ago. In Salda Lake, poisonous gases are being formed, which will kill the living beings in this area, even if they're not dead yet. Until the 19th, Salda Lake was in a more protected status, and after 1980, there was an interest of the outer public, and according to the official figures, in 2019, 1.5 million of people came to Salda Lake and entered the water of Salda Lake, and the urine of these people, the sweat, and they polluted the water with their urine and sweat. And we didn't have facilities like toilets in order to provide for the necessary services. So there was also this kind of pollution there. And in 1989, Salda Lake was declared a site area, but after its declaration as a site area, it was opened as a beach for the use of the public by Yeşilova municipality, and this municipality, Yeşilova municipality, wasn't able to manage this process very well. Every kind of pollution and drugs and prostitution was observed here, and the authorities used this as an excuse in order to carry out the National Garden project in this area, and this area was declared a special protection site with a radius of 7 kilometers. Although it was declared as a special protection site, there was no planning by the authorities about the protection of this area or of this use area, and it was left to the initiative of users. I will just mention the hearings, the trials. About Salda Lake, the first trial was in 2018 about the site where the dam was constructed. Some ponds were constructed where there was no water flowing, but 4 citizens who were living there objected, raised their objections, and they filed a complaint, and the file was completed, and the court decided to cancel the construction of this pond, but the pond was already completed, and nobody asked about the public assets that were wasted here. Then, on the 10th of July of 2018, the National Garden project was announced. A tender was announced about the cancellation of the tender. 5 citizens from that region, local citizens, objected, raised their objections, but they weren't able to win the court. And apart from that, the sewage water from Salda Lake, the sewage water from the surrounding area is given to Salda Lake, and as the Salda Lake Protection Association, we filed a complaint and we made an allegation, and that wasn't accepted either, and thank you.
Bakıyorum baktım yani eller kalkıyor arkadaşlar. Şeyi vereyim, biraz da konu bazlı ve yöre bazlı dağılıma bakarak da söz verelim istiyorum ama Maraş'a söz vereceğim. Kahramanmaraş Mehmet
I
Hocam.
would like to give the floor to you based on the description of the regions. I will give the floor to Malatya.
Yok çünkü o şunun reklamı. Bağlı değilim, bağlı olmadığım için acayip reklamı çıkıyor. Sizin videonuz var hocam.
Evet, ben bir ön konuşma yapayım. Arada
Let me give you some brief information. I am joining you from Kahramanmaraş, Elbistan, on behalf of the Foundation Platform of Protection of the Nature and the Life. Afşin Valley is an agricultural land, and it is one of the grain storages of the country. It is a 200,000 dekar valley, and 70% can be irrigated with the most recent technology. However, in 1970s, nearly 5 to 6 billion tons of lignite was found under the valley, and they decided to build a thermal plant to generate power. And Safavis, Ottomans, and Mamlukis could not share the valley because it is so valuable. So that was a great valley, and it was always the subject of a war. It was occupied by Safavis, Mamlukis, and the Ottomans. But today, the war changed its shape, and it still continues, unfortunately. The capital bosses, although there is no strategic position today, the same war now lasts between the bosses and the people of the region. In 1984, they built a power plant with 4 units. I don't want to say much, you all know about it. But I would like to tell you about a documentary prepared by a friend of ours from Mimar Sinan University. He's originally from Elbistan as well. I will share 30 seconds of the documentary that he created.
Neyse bu başlarken bu santral daha inşa aşamasında
So during the construction of the plant, there was again a war because it was equivalent to 1 year budget of Turkey. It was an American company that started the construction. Then in 94, it was privatized during the term of Tansu Çiller. Then in 1999, this plant of 4 units, its contract was cancelled by EUAŞ, and in 2018, the current government opened the door to those capital owners. And now Çelikler Holding, I think they have their power plants in Muğla Yatağan as well. So they were privatized, and the war still continues. The war is between us and between them, and few people have continued this war since the very beginning. So this thermal plant will, this documentary of 30 seconds will tell you more than I can tell.
Evet, bu sadece belgesellerden bir tanesi ve
So
bu
this is one of the documentaries, and we are experiencing this disaster every other day, and it is even worse. This is not a fiction. And the Unit 5 and Unit 6 are to be constructed. So what happened? Maybe you already know, but I will still repeat them.
25 yıllık ömrü var bu santralin.
This plant has a useful life of 25 years, yet it is its 38th year. And there's another plant of the state. It's a new generation plant. It is not operational because the capital owners do not want to do that. Therefore,
Avantajlı olacak.
it will be very advantageous to us if the Ecocide law is enacted, because we need it.
İlk 5 yıldan sonra elektrostatik kül devreleri de devre dışı bırakılıyor.
The electrostatic
Zaten hiç
ash
1960'lı yılların teknolojisi
units were deactivated after the 5th year. There is no gas filter anyway.
yaklaşık 30
It
100
was
kilometre
operated
alan kül
for the first
devreleri
year,
altında
5 years only, and nearly 30 square kilometer place has been
asit yağmuruna dönüşmüş. Biraz önce gördüğünüz gibi
polluted with the ashes, and
yağmaya
the
başladı.
rain
Toprak ve su
turned
miktarı
into
kaybetmiş, radyasyon
acidic rains,
çünkü o azot dengesi
and
bunlara var.
zinc
Bunların ölçüm
and
raporlarında
nitrogen levels are mortal.
yeni
We have the measurement reports, so we can actually continue our legal struggle against the new plants, but the existing plants, we cannot do anything about them because it is the front of the war and they don't want to leave their front.
bunun yanında
In addition to that,
santrali var.
there is the active
Ekoik kırımını
plant B,
videodan anlayacaksınız.
and you may understand the ecocide from this video as well.
Akbayır,
A third plant
Akbayır termik santrali,
is Akbayır thermal plant, and it was cancelled twice by the Foundation of Protection of the Nature and the Life. And the fourth plant,
toplantılarında adamlar illa laf dediler, yaka silktiler, pes ettiler, vazgeçtiler. Onlar vazgeçti.
so they gave up on
Biraz da zaman geçirdiler tabii.
those meetings. They
Beşinci
spent some time in those meetings. And the fifth power plant is Afshin C plant, and some of our friends were there as well. As a result of the court case we started, it was cancelled upon. The expert wave, it is, and the sixth power plant is still in the planning phase. There is no environmental impact assessment report prepared so far, so we are preparing for it as well. Therefore, you cannot really carry out your fight without being a bouncer, and we will fight against them regardless of what might happen, so we will not lose the war. So thank you for your attention.
Şimdi geleceğiz, herkes konuşacak arkadaşlar.
I'll give the floor to everyone, no worries. So I want to speak something about water now, and I would like to give the floor to Caner from Bursa Water Platform. So we are looking at subjects one by one, so we will give the floor to all. Hello, this is Caner Gökbayrak. I am from Bursa Water Collective, and first of all, I would like to extend the gratitude and greetings of my friends in the collective. They all wanted to be here. Our struggle is a real collective struggle. I should first say that. I have been to such struggles earlier, and this collective has been present for the last 2 years, and I am really taking honor and pride in being with my friends in this collective. Many struggles were present in Bursa already. I will tell you what we have done on behalf of Bursa Collective. I have been with all of them, and when we were first established, you know, Evliya Çelebi says Bursa is all about water. So that is true. We have 2 lakes, İznik Lake and Uluabat Lake. We have Nilüfer Creek, and it is poisonous. Marmara Sea was polluted with mucilage, and we have our creeks and rivers from Uludağ Mountain, and they are all being polluted, and it is then running down to Nilüfer River. So there are other drinking waters and packaged water distributed across Turkey. Regardless of you being in Istanbul or Van, the water is distributed from Bursa to those cities. And there's another ecological disaster, and we were actually established to fight against them. And it was established during the pandemic indeed, and it was the collapsing time of this fight, this struggle. And during the pandemic, Bursa Water Collective actually emerged as a movement, and we conducted our meetings over Zoom. We didn't know about it, and we learned about it. And along with our Zoom meetings, we started to make press releases every month in front of the Provincial Directorate of Environment. March 22nd is the World Water Day, and if it is a weekend, we may do it 1 day earlier or 1 day later. So we made press releases every month. And with respect to the mucilage, so we have made various press releases, and we talked about the relevant authorities doing nothing constructive. So it was not just a press release, indeed. The press release, I mean, you can go to an organization and you can make a press release and they wouldn't even read. And in order to disturb them, and in order to show them their misconduct, we submitted complaints, petitions, and petitions to inform. So we questioned them actually with such petitions. So then they had to say that they are doing their duty. So they indeed accepted their misconduct. And that was not only for the water. Our statements were not only about the water, and there were other major attempts again, Bursa Uludağ National Park, and we also worked around it. It was about transferring the national park status to the regional directorate. So we created another report about it and submitted that to the PMs. There is no initiative in the parliament so far with respect to this, and we are very well prepared if any such thing ever happens. As Bursa Water Collective, we moved towards disclosures. After our press releases every month, we talked about ecocide, ecological devastation, and we claimed that there is ecological devastation everywhere there is the abuse of efforts. And we ran a workshop and we had hosted great professors. So I'm not only talking about the province, including the districts. We went to the ecological devastation sites and we made press releases about them. And we're currently working for that purpose. And we're carrying out our activities accordingly. Thank you for your attention.
Ya şimdi bölgeye gidiyoruz. Yani Kürt illerinden gelen arkadaşlarımız var.
We have our friends from Kurdish cities and they raised their complaints yesterday as well. So I would like to give the floor to our friend from Şırnak Bar Association. Could you please tell me your name before starting?
Herkese merhaba.
Hello all.
Öncelikle aslında şunu söylemek istiyorum. Ben
Actually,
Rojhat Dilsiz.
this is Rojhat Dilsiz. I am the head of Şırnak Bar Association.
Benim yıllarca hukukçu olarak yapmış olduğum faaliyetler genelde hep insan
The activities I carried out as a lawyer was mostly based on violations of human rights because I'm living in that geography and also about the breaches of rights for the children. So I was mostly concentrated on that struggle. That's why I actually took great joy in being here and listening to the speeches because
gerçekten çok farklı bir vizyonla artık bu bir çerçevede bakma
I now have a different vision after the environmental problems in Şırnak region as well. The natural disaster in Şırnak cannot be mentioned just in 5 minutes, but I'll try to make it as short as possible. The natural massacre in Şırnak is also intertwined with the security policies. The process is also relevant to security perspective. That's why that was an untouchable area. So the nature and environmental destruction has been in progress in Şırnak for the last 35 years with security excuses. But now they actually are moving with the understanding of making a profit out of it. Over the last 2 years, we have been working around the mines, which is the source of Silopi thermal plant. So we prepared a report with a professional team and we made our applications accordingly. We started this process and we have always seen, yes, the coal mines were the source of the thermal plants and 750,000 tons of coal were supplied from Şırnak. And in order to source it, they are acting recklessly without any inspection or without any legal precautions. They have been carried out under the leadership of Süleyman Öncü. And there was always a security barrier. We were terrorized. And in majority of the things discussed here, yes, there was a struggle there, but we could not really go there. So we could not do anything concrete there because of the security barrier all the time. So that is a reflection of our challenges. As we were working around the habitat,
12 tane köyü besleyen bu kömür ocaklarından çıkan atıkların
the wastes from the coal mines are actually fed into the creek and the rivers. So there were lands, gardens going dry, and also fishes were dying. So there were already very significant breaches of rights in the region, and as we were fighting against it, so then we had to fight with another area that we didn't really know much about. As we were doing it, I had a chance to meet with the activists who are here today. So those coal mines and the harm to the environment was our focus. And most recently, there has been a massacre of nature in Şırnak. And we actually didn't have a chance to work in the field between March and September 2021. The loss of forest was 8%. So that is a terrible figure. So we could get the number from the General Directorate of Forestry. So we decided that if that continues this way, there will be no field left for the people to survive. That's why we made applications and we applied to the public authorities. We sent emails to the national and international bodies. However, when it is about security, we couldn't really get the support from the environmental organizations. So, because it's an untouchable field, the lawyers in this area were investigated. We had to go to the courts as a result of our struggles. That was what we witnessed. But I have to say one more thing. It is not only about security, because for the last couple of years there was a different concept, and while demolishing that area, they actually try to make an income as well. So we have participants from across Turkey, and there is a culture of devastations and demolitions in Turkey. However, because of the security perception, we are not able to get the support we want in Şırnak. And we don't even have a chance to speak to the official institutions, although we are an official authority. And we contacted with the Association of Turkish Bars. They also spoke to the authorities. And although we are an official institution, we couldn't get any response to our applications, and our declarations for crime were resolved not to be followed. And in order to tackle that understanding of security, this is not about security anymore, because those mountains have been bombed and fired with the excuse of security, and nowadays there is a disaster within Judy settlement. There is a good amount of mine, and they would like to turn Judy into a mine, and they would like to eliminate the people from this area. And along with their collaborators in the field, this is their policy, and accordingly I want to raise your attention, and we kindly ask for your support. We started a campaign on social media already, and we've been supported greatly, but it will not be only this, and it will continue. As I make my speech here, tens of trucks are being filled with the trees cut, and they are taking away our breath from us every other day. On Cizre-Şırnak Road, they found a hyena with stripes, and that was unprecedented. We know that the wild animals are going to the settlements of the human beings, the bears, because they don't have a habitat in Judy Mountain anymore. So they are going to the human settlements nowadays. So I can tell you many more, but I wanted to limit myself to 5 minutes, but I couldn't possibly limit myself to 5 minutes only. So I would like to say, as the head of the Bar Association, I could actually go to luxurious hotels and speak and do nothing. But I would like to say that I've been really impressed by the talks from yesterday and today. Thank you very much. We would like to thank Şırnak Bar Association because you participated in our discussions, and you're the only bar association participating here today.
Komisyon başkanları da burada.
Speaker is not speaking to the microphone. Interpretation cannot be provided.
Ayaklarınıza sağlık.
Thank you for coming and joining us.
Hali hazırda süren direniş yerlerinden de arkadaşlar aramızda.
We have our friends from the locations where such struggles are still in progress. Maybe Haluk would like to speak.
Merhabalar, Haluk Özsoy ben. Deştin Çevre Platformu adına burada bulunuyorum. Aynı zamanda Muğla'da MUÇEP'in de eş sözcüsüyüm. Onun adına da
Hello, my name is Haluk. I am a co-spokesperson for MUÇEP, for Muğla Environmental Protection Platform. And I would like to talk about how things seem from the inside, and thank you for the invitation. To start with, well, this is a struggle that is 30 years old, and my grandparents also used to get people organized there in order to prevent the establishment of a cement factory there, and we are the third generation who is continuing this struggle. Once the environmental impact assessment decision was cancelled, and while the villages were dealing with this environmental impact assessment issue, another company applied for a new environmental impact assessment report with a new name, while the villages were, dealing with the lawsuit about
gizli kapaklı
issue. The assessment was conducted in a hidden way while the people were waiting to win the lawsuit, and the second environmental impact assessment process was not announced publicly. It was kept secret, and suddenly when the issue was reflected in the municipality, we noticed this issue. We didn't know the process of the second environmental impact assessment report, and to be honest, what happened was that when the people won the first process, they, I think, didn't follow the process thoroughly. They didn't keep it as strict as before, and we weren't involved back then, and we were informed about the situation. On the 25th of December, we started to demonstrate against the municipality of Muğla province, and we said, look, this is a report that was cancelled before. On the 25th of December, we shouted
onu
this
biraz daha meşrulaştırdı. Yani
from the squares of the
bitmiş
city,
olan süreci tekrar bir
but the
şekilde
municipality didn't listen to us, and they gave
biz başımızdaki bu belayla uğraşmaya başladık. Tekrar ve tekrar yeniden. Türlü eylem öncelikle tabii ki
somehow they enlivened the process which was supposed to be stopped. At the same time, we filed a lawsuit against the license that was issued by the municipality.
Yapıyoruz. O anın gündemi ne bulursak, ne çıkarırsak hiçbir şeyi atlamamaya çalışıyoruz. Köylerde çok
action also started since 10 months. We are continuously organizing demonstrations. We are organizing seriously in the villages. The villagers are now much more conscious and aware of the situation. And this coming along with us. This is a 30 years process of struggling, and they are also teaching us a lot.
Dolayısıyla
and because it is a process that is 30 years old, well, there are 8 villages that will be directly influenced by what's happening
biraz daha
there.
hukuki sürece daha eğilmek istiyorum.
Very well.
Şimdi
I want to talk a little bit more about the legal process. I guess the municipalities wanted to somehow after, and they got involved in the process. I think their involvement, their engagement made the court take things more seriously. The bar association wanted to be involved, but this petition was denied, and the Chamber of Architects were involved, and there are some other chambers and associations that are trying to get involved. And in the beginning, it went well, this environmental impact assessment process, the lawsuit. In the beginning, we were very excited.
Öncekinin meselesi, yani bunu şimdi bizim önümüze
they were going to appoint some experts for our lawsuit. In the beginning, we were full, but and we also sent the money for the expert review.
İptal etti. Mahkemenin usulden esasa geçmesi gerektiğini hükmetti.
Court gathered again and they changed their own decision.
Eylemliliklere ağırlık vermeye başladık. Çünkü hukuki süreç
They
aslında
canceled the expert review process.
Şu anda da dönüş bekliyoruz. Hatta İsmail abi de birazdan belki konuyla ilgili ayrıntı
And
verir.
we
Yani
appealed.
Yürütmeyi durdurma kararı istemiyle beraber biz
Actually, İsmail abi is
hala beklemekteyiz. Fakat yani hukuk yani şu anda biraz daha gözümüzde ötede duruyor. Biraz daha eylemlilikler üzerine biz bahsedeyim. Pardon, 30 saniye. 6 Kasım sürecimiz var şu an.
Right now, we are trying to organize a process for the 6th of November in Muğla. As you know, there are places like Akbelen, Datça, and Fethiye, where we are experiencing serious problems. They are attacking from every side. So, the 6th of November is important because we will have an ecology demonstration, and because we are trying to get prepared for this process of the 6th of November, we weren't able to show a higher participation in this conference, and sorry for that. So, thank you. In my limited time, this is what I'm able to talk about. Thank you, and also greetings to our comrades in Destin. Well, now we have listed here the speakers in there.
Asuman Fazlıoğlu. Yeni geldik Eydem, yani İkizdere'den biz yeni geldik.
We have just arrived here from İkizdere. Now the struggle in İkizdere.
Ekoloji gruplarıyla beraber İkizdere'ye gidiyoruz. İçinde bazı arkadaşlarımız da var. Oruç var. İşte Aslı var. Gidiyoruz, orada bir program dahilinde sesimizi duyurmaya çalışıyoruz. Engel olmaya çalışıyoruz. Bu son gidişimiz Kestane Şenliği. 30
This
Ekim.
last time was for the festival of
gelenekselleştirmeye çalışıyoruz. İkincisi bu. Kestane şenliğinin. Yani burada amaç kestane yemek değil. Orada kestaneleri toplayıp
Festival of chestnut, and our purpose is not to eat the chestnuts here, but to pick up, to collect the chestnuts and turn them into a forest. We want to resuscitate this location. And the presence of chestnuts is being destroyed. Beekeeping was also destroyed in this valley. And we also have a region called Cimil in this area. And we heard, we received a document through which we understood that iron mining activity was to be given permission to in this region. And what this no value is given to this issue by our governors. And so we decided to walk, to make a long walk until Cimil, but we weren't able to arrive at Cimil. We found accommodation in a point before Cimil, and the road was blocked, and there were lots of things that happened, and I wanted details, and I guess you know them. Somebody talked about said that the dialogue with the villagers was insufficient, but we managed to improve it. We were 50 people. We went to 10 different houses. We had our breakfast together with the villagers. They prepared us very nice breakfast. The people who actually weren't very reactive against this query were still hosted us in a very friendly way, which I think means that they had a milder approach to us. We also planted 50 trees there, and trees were being devastated. Actually, there is such a huge loss. If you saw it, you would say this is not possible. Just next to it, we planted 50 trees, and we called them the shooting of hope, the trees of hope, and the forest belonged to the children. And these are the things that are mottos spoken by the people who are resisting in that region. Right now, we don't have the name of it, the death name yet. When we know it, we will rename it. We have an uncle, an old person there who has been the head of a local organization there since a long time, and he is 85 years old, and he promised us, he said that nobody will touch that place as long as he is alive. His name is Nuri. I would like you to meet me, Amja, Uncle Nuri. He said, as long as I'm alive, nobody will be able to touch this place. And our trees will grow there. Will continue growing there. So there are other issues that I don't want to repeat. We must continue. The real issue is that there are hundreds of thousands of places where they are continuing to destroy the nature, and we should react against these environmental problems. And we usually are expecting to carry out these processes through the courts, through the legal processes, but usually the courts take side with the stronger, with them. So we should find other ways to continue our struggle. Thank you. Hello, I would like to greet you with my deepest respect. My name is Ali Kavchik. I am also the founder of the UCTEA. Well, dear friends, I want to let you know that the 1C is dying. On the one hand, there are serious problems because of the drought in this region. And right now, the head of one lake disappeared. A friend visited Hakkari recently, and there are really serious problems in the basin. Well, it was mentioned that Salda is a closed basin. Is also a closed basin. Daily, 47,000 cubic meters of sewage water is mixing, and the domestic waste as well is released there, is discharged there. And another very serious problem is that the legislation is now even more dangerous. There is something called sustainable usage area. And in the beginning, we were very happy because we thought that our lake was going to be protected. And we also consulted with some of our comrades like Ismail Abi and the Bar Association of Van and the other academicians. We are in a collective struggle and we are asking for your support with regards to this. Another thing that is feeding one sea, well, we have the one lake fish. We call it one fish because it is endemic to this region. And we have a creek there called Zilan, where the Kurdish people were massacred, and they want to erase our history. It is such a barbarian practice. We have here our friend Hülya, our lawyer friend Hülya, who is also supporting us in the struggle, and we hope that we will have good results. Also, there is also in our region, I don't want to call it our region, Kurdistan, I can say we are not able to breathe. Since 2005 days, we are not able to walk in the street, 3 people, and talk with each other a few sentences. There, we cannot carry out any human rights struggle either. There is the war is the biggest destruction, and the head of the Bar Association also mentioned that since 30 years in our mountains, in our plains, the chemical substances and bombs are being thrown there, and there is need for more sensitivity in this issue. Another example, as you know, there are dams all over and roads, and the head of the Bar Association gave the example with Şırnak province. We have the dams, but it is a security dam with no purpose of any or irrigation. In between 2 mountains, there is a dam is installed, supposedly, so that no Kurdish guerrilla will be using those spaces. Our mountains are actually being invaded and slandered with the excuse of security. We have a 3,000 kilometers of security wall. And it is a practice that is destroying the lives of all the beings in that area. It is such a geography where there are this kind of weird practices that cannot be understood. We have a mind, and there is a struggle there. People are not leaving that space, and we don't have the possibility of going to those spaces, those areas that are distracted. There has been gas bombs thrown in that area, And in this sense, we are not able to elevate our struggle there, and we have economical and political problems and some other even more serious problems. And in this context, for example, I also mentioned yesterday that in our region, there was a drilling project, and there is also a gold mine project, and we are getting prepared for our struggle, and we are asking for the support for
Aslında kaynaklı insan arasında doğan arasında
because of this dirty war in Iran,
örneğin bizim açtığımız bir
we are not
davada
among the
bir avukat
priorities.
arkadaş bulamadık. Hülya arkadaşımız sağ olsun gelip devamımızı sürdürüyor hala.
And in this sense,
2018 mi 17 mi?
this is such a serious problem.
Hukukçuların toplantısını ben gitmiştim.
I remember when there was a meeting organized by Iran Kabul, and I went to represent one province there to that meeting, and I know that our lobby friends are sensitive, but unfortunately, because there is a slaughter there, we are not able to protect our nature, not because we are not sensitive, but as a paradigm.
Bu anlamda bir bölgeden bir başka bölgede Kürdistan'daki uygulama bir vahşet.
These are critical conditions in terms of human life, and I want to say that these practices in Kurdistan are well, I have limited time. There are a lot of other things to talk about, but because I have limited time, that's it for now. Thank you.
Kısaca bizden, yani ODTÜ çevre topluluğu olarak kim olduğumuzdan bahsetmek istiyorum. Tamam.
Anlatacak mısın onları, yoksa arkada
Fotoğraflar rastgele ilerleyebilir, sadece sondakiler. Tamam. Sualp Özel. O zaman şöyle başlayayım. Biz ODTÜ'nün en eski topluluklarından biri olarak kurulduğumuz 88 yılından bu yana çevre sorunlarını düzen sorunu olarak tanımlıyoruz. Yani çevre sorunlarını tekil kişilerin verdiği zararlardan ziyade gözünü para arası bürümüş şirketlerin, fabrikalarının, santrallerinin bizce türlü tesislerin yarattığı sorunlardır. Bizce sermayedarlarıyla işbirliği içerisinde çalışan tüm çevre hareketleri de buzdağının yalnızca görünen yüzüne müdahale ederek sonuçları geciktirmeye çalışan aracılardır. Bu nedenle bugün burada birinci Uluslararası Ekokrim Konferansı'nda bulunmaktan sevinç duyuyoruz. Rant yolunun teknik özelliklerinden bahsetmeden önce yolun geçmesinin planlandığı alan olan ODTÜ'den ODTÜ ekosistemi üzerinde duracağım biraz. ODTÜ kampüsü Ankara şehir merkezindeki son yekpare doğal yaşam alanlarından biri. Bu alanda 2 tane göl bulunmakta, mevsimsel akarsular bulunmakta. Bugün Türkiye'nin yüz ölçümünün yalnızca 10.000'de 38'ini oluşturan ODTÜ'de tüm ülkede görülen kuş türlerinden yarısından fazlası bulunuyor. Bu 249 kuş türünün 6 tanesinin nesli küresel ölçekte tehdit altında. ODTÜ ekosistemi aralarında endemik türlerin de bulunduğu 800'den fazla bitki türünü içeriyor ama zaman kısıtlı olması nedeniyle burada tek tek türleri anlatmayacağım maalesef. Yani kısacası...
Because we have limited time, I will not tell you about the species one by one, but we can actually talk about it. But we had a map, as you can see, all around ODTÜ is surrounded with the human settlements.
Every corner of
Therefore,
terrain is actually
tükenmesi demek çevre bölgelerde, Ankara'da bu canlıların var olmaması.
Different settlement areas and the ODTÜ
Hemen üstünde de yine bu
ecosystem
haritada biraz görünüyor ama ODTÜ'nün güneyinde kalıyor. Gölbaşı Özel Çevre Koruma Bölgesi de bulunuyor. Hani evet, bu ODTÜ'den geçen bir yol, ancak sadece ODTÜ'yü ilgilendiren bir yol değil. Rant yolu projesi işte böyle bir ekosistemi 4,8 kilometre uzunluğunda ve 100 metre genişliğinde bir asfalt yoluyla parçalayacak. ODTÜ kampüsünün 96 hektarlık parçasını ODTÜ'den koparacak. Ekosisteme geri dönüşüm mümkün olmayan boyutta zarar verecektir. Şimdi rant yolunun biraz teknik özelliklerine değinmek istiyorum. Rant yolu, yani resmi adıyla Bilkent İncek Bulvarı Çevre Yolu Bağlantı Projesi. Yapımına 2017 yılında dönemin Ankara Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanı, bundan sonra ABB olarak söyleyeceğim, Melih Gökçek ve ODTÜ atanmış rektörü Verşan Kak arasında imzalanan protokolle başlanan bir yol. 2017'de Twitter üzerinden Büyükşehir büyük bir rekora daha imza attı denerek projenin başlangıcı ilan edildi. Ardından aynı gece iş makineleri ODTÜ ormanına girdi ve yüzlerce ağacı katletti. Geceden itibaren ABB'nin ODTÜ ormanına ve ekosistemine yönelik saldırısı ODTÜ öğrencilerinin, bileşenlerinin, meslek odalıların ve Ankaralıların güçlü direnişiyle karşılaştı ve bu direniş sonucunda yol projesinin yürütmesi durduruldu, ancak CHP'li Mansur Yavaş yönetime geldi bu süreçten sonra. Bu döneme kadar da yol aslında yürürlükte değildi. 2019 tarihinde yürütmeyi durdurma kararına itiraz edildi. 1 Eylül 2021 tarihinde ise Erdoğan'la bir görüşme gerçekleştirdi Mansur Yavaş yönetimi. 25 Ağustos 2021 tarihine geldiğimizde ABB yolu tekrar
2021, ABB started the tender again and the project was maintained. And this summer, heavy machineries went into ODTÜ lands, and as a result of the actions by the people, the machineries left 4.8 kilometers within METÜ of the 15 kilometers, and those machineries still continue construction. As for the legal process, they say it is a public benefit, and they say the professional chambers are not authorized. I will get back to this later on. I want to say why we're calling it as a profit road, because it goes to inject to the public city hospital. And there is no argument about the requirement of the road, and there is no justification that the road will alleviate the traffic in the city. That is not true at all. And even if there is traffic, there is already another İhsan Doğramacı Boulevard, and as the environment community, we say there is no need to build a road in it. And also there are Park Joven towers that are being constructed, and they are also related with Gökçek, and each apartment is sold for 10 million Turkish liras. And finally, we tried many things. We held meetings with ABB and CHP, and we even started camping, and we also delivered nearly 1,700 petitions to the municipality, and we were not even allowed to enter the assembly of Ankara Metropolitan Municipality. I would like to tell you the message from the Metropolitan Municipality. We sent a letter to the mayor, and they say because the physical conditions were not fit, only the media members are allowed to enter the assembly. Along with many student communities, we are holding meetings, and we also carry out forums with the citizens of Ankara, and we would like to discuss about this subject everywhere and make sure that the road construction is prevented. Mansur Yavaş wants to become Melih Gökçek against us, and we will be our defense.
Teşekkür ediyoruz. ODTÜ
Well, thank you.
Salı günü de bir bir eylem olacak belediye binasının önünde. Buradan onun da çağrısını yapalım. Hatun Muzur'u dinleyebilir miyiz?
5 dakikamız var.
Merhabalar, Hatun Esen, Muzur Çevre Derneği adına buradayım.
Munzur Environment Foundation, and our struggle has continued since 2003 as the tortures continued. We even experienced more, and that mindset fired our woods for years, and this year they would like to cut our forests. We very well know that it is the mine companies that want to destroy our lands. There are 145 mines licensed in Dersim, and that will mean another migration to our villages, because this tortures should be ended. As Dersim democracy powers, we held a meeting on October the 8th and raised our voice against the mine companies. And we own those lands, and as we are dealing with the geography, we should also remember one thing. Dersim has a culture and religion aspect as well, because nature is sacred to the citizens of Dersim. You may even kiss a stone while walking. It may be not meaningful to the people, but it is very precious to the people of Dersim. You cannot spit in water, you cannot cut a living tree. If you like to drink water while cooking a bread, you need to first pour the water on the cooking stove. And also, this is really very scary. We have the deers, and we also consider them sacred. Unfortunately, they are putting out tenders every other year and killing them. I came from Dersim yesterday, and we received news that the hunters will be going to our village to kill the goats. So how can you really kill a living creature for money? And we want hunting to be forbidden. Munzur is sacred to us. The valley of Munzur was declared as a national park, but still they're fighting at their best to demolish and destroy. Gülistan Doku was killed, and when you go out to a square for a press release, everyone is being detained immediately. I was with my friends in Antalya, Hakkari, Ordu, Sinop, and actually the treatment of the law enforcement officers is totally different to the people of Dersim. 145 mines. So that means a scary scenario. So when the ecology communities were with us, we were really empowered by them. So we're now doing our best to prevent them. Last year, the mine companies carried out drill activities, and we will not allow them to dig, but Ilich is now being devastated. You can't even hear a bird there. There is no flora living there, and therefore those local resistances must be turned into general resistances, and we must be organized. If we are not organized, we will lose again. So in local resistances, we win somewhere, but then we lose again. And our women, our kids are being affected by the migrations. Back in 38, the women were actually throwing themselves off the cliffs, and they were throwing themselves off the cliffs because they wanted to go back to the nature. But for those mining companies, we don't want to leave our villages. We want to stay in our villages. So they are implementing a prohibition of highlands for us, but others can easily go there. There are also some forbidden villages. Still, we cannot even visit our cemeteries by going to those villages. However, it is our ancestors under those lands, and we want to go there. We want this to be ended. Even during September 12th, the people could go out to the streets, and there is now oppression and cruelty, and we have to go beyond these walls of oppression. If we struggle, then there is hope. And I would like to thank everyone contributing to our struggle. In the meantime, we will adjourn. We were supposed to adjourn at 12:30, but we will go for another 15 to 20 minutes.
Şimdi çevre sorunlarını farklı bölgelerden izlerken bizde bunların hepsi var arkadaşlar. Termik santral, atık testleri, altın madenleri, hava kirliliği, bunların hepsi
Yılmaz, and I'm from the Black Sea region, and I don't want to talk about each of the problems, but I want to talk more about some headings, give you some general ideas about how the struggle is carried out in our region. We are at such a point that we are okay with the coal and the debts, and we stood against it. And how? Well, the political parties, almost all of the political parties that are represented in the parliament today, like the Republican Party, AKP, and etc., do exist, are represented in the Zonguldak Council of the province. Everybody is voting, all of these members, and the installations that I am talking about are the installations of SLEC, and we have thermal power plants in Zonguldak. This process started during the government of Ecevit, and everyone in Zonguldak supported this, the rightist and leftist people. Even the Chamber of Electrical Engineers and Mining Engineers did support these mines. We went through this kind of processes, and as a result, in an area of 178 kilometers, the AKP government developed more than 100 thermal power projects in a way that we prevented some of them from being established, but we lost Zonguldak province. Right now in Zonguldak, we have 3 thermal power plants, and we lost Filios together. The rightists and the leftists and the NGOs, etc. We were standing in a collective way, and we lost it. A lawsuit was filed against what was happening in Filios, and we didn't manage to really appropriate that process, and we lost it. I'm talking about Ereğli a little bit, and when the situation is like this, the struggle is getting more complicated and there are separations. And there are so many platforms and we get fragmented, and there were so many platforms, and well, I am not in any of those platforms. We are working as the environmental volunteers of Ereğli. And how do we work? Where there are waste installations, facilities, and they are related with different areas of the villages and wetland areas. And I am a person that is known by his socialist identity, but we say environmental volunteers, and we have a flexible approach. We have 5 people entering and 10 people entering and 5 people exiting our association or group. Well, I think we did manage to establish a safe area, a safe approach. The people went to look for gold in a historical area that had a history of 4,500 years, where there is this famous Saxus baccata, the tree is found, and there was this very peculiar way of struggling in there. There are iron and steel factories there. There are waste facilities. One of the most important things is in Ereğli is the air pollution, the air contamination. 200 days a year in Ereğli, the air is polluted, is above the limits of pollution. And the state and the civil society organizations, the NGOs and political parties of the left are bargaining with us, are negotiating with us so that we don't oppose these facilities. Well, where we have these facilities, these waste facilities, well, we have one lawyer who is Yakup Okumuşoğlu, and the other one is Mine, who is a volunteer lawyer, and they say if you're going to file a lawsuit, we will have them, we will take care of them. Until today, we managed to close 2 of the waste installations, and the peasants from some villages filed lawsuits. There was also a quarry which was issued a license for an area of 7,500 kilometers, and there were people who supported this process together with the
Şöyle bir şey, bizler hepimiz çok kıymetli insanlar.
municipality, and together with the major, and this is an area that is
taş ocaklarında kendi iktidarını baş kaldırabiliyor. Yeter ki şu, bir davranışınızda, gidişinizde şöyle bir şey olmasın. Biz çok önemliyiz. Bakın biz sizin
the important thing is that you don't have this approach of we will save you, we are bigger than you, we will help you, etc. Okay, the process we are living. Thank you very much. We still have 9 people. We will go to lunch, but a bit later. Hello, everyone. I will be talking on behalf of the Association of Protecting the Cultural and Natural Assets of Ida Mountains. Well, I will be giving you some examples of the struggles in our region. Yesterday, we made a definition of ecocide here. And in our region, I can say that there are so many examples that are compatible with this definition of ecocide, starting with mining, power plants, thermal power plants, and geothermal power plants, and quarries. And we are observing all the Ida Mountains is a geography where we also witness nature pollution and air pollution. I want to give you some examples about the legal processes because we have 80 lawsuits continuing right now and I have limited time. The first example is in the Çanakkale province region. There is a gold mine project that belongs to Cengiz Holding Company, and 97% is going to be established in a forest area. And we try to carry out an environmental struggle here together with the organizations in this region. We established the Ida Mountains Ecology Platform, and the civil society organizations and professional chambers and environmental associations and Süleyman Bey and Hülya Hanım were the spokespeople for that platform for a while back in the past. So we carried out a struggle and we managed to get the decision of the suspension of execution, but through some amendments in the regulation of environmental impact assessment, they are trying to still continue the process. In the Ayvacık district of Çanakkale province, we managed to cancel 2 projects of geothermal energy. The Assos, the ancient Assos port, is a very cultural asset in our region, and they try to destroy this region. They initiated a destruction in this region through what they called rock treatment. And we started a legal process here, and unfortunately, after 8 months, the court decided against us, and we weren't able to prevent the cultural destruction in this region. Similarly, in our region, in Edremit location, we have a wetland area, and the wetland areas are very important in terms of the catching of carbon, and surprisingly, licenses were given for structures that are not compatible with the nature in this area, and we initiated a legal process, and there was the decision of the suspension of execution. We reapplied to the court asking for another decision for a suspension of execution. In 2015, in Çiğpınar region of Yenice, we heard about a thermal power plant, and together with the local people there, the environmental associations there, we carried out a struggle which continued for 6 years, and in that project, and we prepared a documentary called The Anatomy of a Struggle in this struggle in this region. I'm trying to give one example from each region, each location, but I guess we don't have enough time for that. But, well, so we are dealing with uranium and radium in our region. There is an increase in the cases of cancer. And right now, in one location, the ratio of cancer is it has risen twice more than before. And we took this situation to the court, and on the 29th, there will be an examination of the experts. And now, I would like to end my words with some wishes. The ecologist struggle has a very important potential of organizing and against these projects. We have very important reactions, starting with the Cerrahtepe to Ida Mountains to Murat Dağı, from Krazlı to Salda Lake, from İkizdere to Akbelen. In these resistances, together with the people, with the local people, we as the people with experience, the ecological organizations with experience, we are able to work together with the public there. And if we manage to unify these experience of these struggles in a common way, I think we will be more successful. And I believe that we need a long-term ecological revolution all over the world. And of course, this revolution won't happen in a short period of time. Possibly it will expand to centuries, hundreds of years. And if we also take into account the rights struggles of LGBTQI people, the struggle of women, of labor movement, the ecological movement, and the democracy struggle, if we manage to gather in a unified axis, I think this revolution won't take such a long time. As long as we get together and defend our life areas, living spaces together. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I will be talking on behalf of the coordination of Kanal Istanbul. My name is Koray. Kanal Istanbul was announced in 2015 as a crazy project, and after a while there was only silence about this project. But in 2019, this project was not only announced by Tayyip Erdogan, but also there were instructions to act on the decision of the project. And after these announcements by Tayyip Erdogan in 2019, we acted swiftly for the first time in the 11th Culture Center with the participation of 300 people from ecology organizations and environmental associations. We had a huge meeting, and in line with the decision taken in that meeting, we against this project of destruction, we established this coordination. More than 100 organizations signed and stated their participation in this coordination, and there are so many studies that we carried out since 2019. So this struggle against the canal project is a very strong one, and against this, together with the maturation of the reaction that was created in the public opinion against the canal. Well, as you know, Tayyip Erdogan mentioned that the canal project will be realized for sure. So why are we against the canal project? More or less everyone in this hall knows, but maybe we should underline a few things. Ecocide, including ecocide within the definition of offense, criminal offense, will maybe put the canal project in the first lines. We will have a consensus about the fact that the canal project is an ecocide, and this is the canal project is not an offense of eco-crime that is only relevant to Turkey, but it will be relevant to several geographies. To the
kilometre uzunluğundaki bir bölgeyi
kilometre
45 kilometre uzunluğundaki bu bölge
project, and within this region
leri
20 million square meters of agricultural areas will get lost, will disappear.
proje diye tarif
Of
etmek
course,
gerekiyor.
we won't let it happen. It will only do in government, but this is also 137 million square meters agricultural area and 23 million square meters of forest land could disappear if project is
Fazlaları var
out.
arkadaşlar bu
Same
bölgede.
time, there are water basins in this region, very important waterways that
Bunların
necessities
barajı
by
aynı zamanda
water
ve Küçükçekmece
of the
günü. Bu
Istanbul
proje
of Küçükçekmece, for example, and
project olsaydı
to be
mahrum olacaktık ve
but implemented in this region we have these water
aynı zamanda
and
bu kanal projesi dedikleri
we could be faced with a lack of water. Also, this project could disrupt the sea ecosystem, Black Sea, Marmara, Aegean, and Mediterranean. The whole sea ecosystem might be disrupted by this project. So, this is not a project that is only relevant to the peoples of Turkey. It is relevant to the rest of the world as well. It is such a project of eco crime. Okay, I have only 1 minute left. So I want to mention something very important that we experienced in our struggle. The biggest necessity of this struggle was human resources. And after we supplied this, we were trying to understand how we could shape the struggle in the local level and how we could act. And we defined the first region and second and third region in Istanbul, so that the first, second, and third region in Istanbul would have their own meetings by way of putting local neighborhood tables in these regions. But every district the people were residing in, they could register in those through those tables, so that they could be used for these people who could be assigned for their contribution in the local level. Maybe it would start from the top but go towards the bottom. And as I said, it is actually, it doesn't continue functioning at the moment. We said that this is about the people of the world. The chemical weapons, especially in the geography of Kurdistan, they are not only slaughtering the people there, but also causing the devastation and destruction of nature. So we should, it is obligatory, it is indispensable that we take into consideration all of these matters from this perspective, and we won't let the canal project happen, and we will accomplish this all together. Thank you very much. Thank you, Koray. Hello. My name is Leyla and I'm coming from Izmir. I was invited here through some peasant friends who were gonna come here and they didn't manage to come here. Some women wanted to come, but as you know, it is not very easy for women to come here. That's why I came here to talk on behalf of them. Right now, in Mezeköy, I will talk about the situation there. Well, actually, although it started on the 22nd of July, we weren't informed about it during a month. Only when there was intervention on the 22nd of August, it was reflected in the public opinion, and we saw that. We saw how the movements in the local level can stay away from the agenda. They are not able to reach the agenda of Turkey, and they're not able to get together with other environmental movements. As you know, there was an intervention on the 22nd 2nd of August, the women and men, the peasant friends were taken into custody and they were detained, and it is a conservative area, and ideologically, that ideology, a more conservative ideology, is prevalent, and it was a breaking moment for them as far as I observed. And it is important that these breaking points, breaking moments occur actually in that kind of places. As you know, in the Aydın Basin, in the Meander Basin, there are more than 35 geothermal power plants projects, and the agricultural activities are prevalent there, as you know, and it affects the livelihood of so many people there, and these people are living thanks to the cultivation of agricultural products like figs and raisins and etc. But because of these projects, their production decreases. Exportation is increasing, supposedly, but because they don't have a good quality, they are sent back because of the geothermic plants, and there is the release of gas to the air, to the atmosphere, and all of the negative influences of geothermal energy are affecting the area. And supposedly, well, this is sold to us as green energy, and Aydın, Muğla, Denizli are influenced very negatively because of geothermal plants. And this is not only pertaining only to Aydın Basin, but there are other provinces nearby, which means that all of the agricultural fields are getting harmed, and the peasants as well. And they are telling us that there is this lie about employees, and they are telling us that they will be employing us, but we see that only in Mezekköy there are 200 people who are living on the basis of agriculture. In another village there are 700 people living who are living on the basis of agricultural activities, and they are told that only 13 people will be employed in the geothermal plant, and supposedly it is profitable for them. So they are deceiving them, and we observe this situation. Some of the peasants are against it because they don't want their areas to be intervened. And I also observe a personal situation there. If it is their own the field, terrain, then they can stand against the project. But also the peasants sometimes have this attitude of, well, this area is not mine, so maybe it's not such a big deal. And supposedly, well, they are being paid a fee of expropriation, and sometimes the information that is being shared there is false, they are lies, and some of the peasants are against the geothermal plants, and some of them do want the geothermal facilities, even if only 13 people will be employed, because they think it's not harmful. And even though we talk to them about the possible damages, they don't understand it, because also there is a lot of oppression there. You have very limited time. Okay, I have very limited time, so I will only talk about the pressure, the oppression, the governorship. Also, there is the pressure from the governorship, the district governorship, and we have been carrying out some Twitter campaigns, and we were threatened about it. The women were taken into the police stations in order to convince them to not continue their struggle. So the struggles in Aydın will continue. I have just been introduced to these struggles, and we will continue them. Thank you very much, and greetings to all of our peasant friends who are resisting in Mezekköy. We will continue, but there are some messages that we are receiving, and we won't be able to read all of them, but we want to at least mention some of them. In the Saros Gulf, there are comrades who are resisting. Thanks for their text messages. We wish they could be among us and we could listen to them, but maybe for the second and third encounters that we will have, we can listen to them. We are sending our greetings to them. There is also greeting from the Mesopotamia ecology movement. They say that they weren't able to arrive here, come here, and they are thanking us. And they're talking about the dams on the Tigris River. Friends, today is the 475th, 476th day of our friends who are protecting the area in İkizdere, Akbelen. We also have another message from the Bergama Environmental Platform. They are struggling against the gold mine, which is one of the oldest resistances in Turkey. We are sending our greetings to them as well. Let's listen to Malatya. Hello. Greetings to everyone. First of all, thanks to the Environmental Justice Climate Justice Coalition and the Chamber of Engineers and everybody else who put their efforts for the organization of this conference. Well, when we wanted to ask what was happening with the drilling projects, I am from Ergovan. The Major of Ergovan is also the founder of the association where I am also active in, and we worked together in Istanbul in the past. This person said that it was coal, not gold, and the professional chambers were involved in this lie, and we were declared as terrorists. But where we are today, we witness that the number of licenses and projects was 450 in 2020, and right now it increased to 1,050, and gold and uranium and thorium are included. There are also the hydroelectrical centers, the marmal granite, and Divri and Hakim Han. Since 50 years is an area of iron pits and iron mining area, and we are not able to collectivize because of the pressure of the oppression of the government since 20 years. And we observe the same thing in the Malatya Environmental Platform, and this empire of fear is something that we observe in the civil society organizations, NGOs, and democratic mass organizations. And we actually have around 20 components, but they are usually only names. When we have a press release, we have only 4 or 5 people with us. We have already completed our second year, and we are not able to organize a demonstration. 1 month ago, we became a member of the Union of Ecology, and I would like to express our gratitude to them for accepting us. Our comrade from one also mentioned what is happening in Kurdistan. Actually, Malatya is a sacred Kurdistan as well. Everywhere in Turkey we have sacred Kurdistans because the oppression and the oppression and the pressure, the cruelty we are experiencing is different from region to region, but it is the same at the same time. I want to send my greetings to the resistances elsewhere. I want to send my greetings to the prisoners of Gezi movement as well. To the prisoners of Gezi movement as well. At the same time, people who are sensitive to human rights violation, I want to send my greetings to the prisoners who are imprisoned, whose freedom is taken from them. I want to send my greetings to them as well. Ecocide is continuing. there is ecocide constantly. As long as we have wars, the nature will be destroyed in parallel to the wars. But who is going to be the responsible? We are thinking this is a problem about classes. Whenever we manage to overcome the violent capitalism, then our problems will be able to disappear. I don't want to take more of your time. I want to say that we want to organize a demonstration in Malatya, and let's demolish this empire of fear. We are waiting for your support, and I would like to also convey you the greetings from my province. Thank you, and I greet you with my deepest respect. Thank you very much. Well, we would like to read a few messages and give the floor to Egecep, but we will give the floor to Egecep to begin with. Hello, my name is Arif Arif Cangı. CHEP actually corresponds to the dates when I started to work as a lawyer. In 1992 was when I started to work as a lawyer. It corresponds to the years where the Bergama movement started. It was like a primary school for us. We learned so much from it. Havran, Küçükdere, Erebun movement. We were raised somehow within these movements, and the Bergama struggle is like the beginning of the environmental movement in Turkey. And if we were to mention some of the activities of Egecep, we should start with this. And I want to send my greetings to everyone who put their contribution, who contribute to the struggle. And there was a slogan, the Cyanur company, get out of Bergama. Let's shout together. Company of Cyanur, get out of Bergama. So, dear friends, after the Bergama struggle, there were so many lawsuits, so many cases about the gold mine. Everybody was saying everywhere is Bergama, we are all from Bergama, which meant the following: Bergama is a place that shouldn't be left to the hands of those people, but there was so much misinformation, and they disrupted the struggle, and the gold mine started to be active everywhere, all over the place. We have a gold mine in Izmir, and there is another mine of nickel, and Aliya is so problematic. There is everything starting with the factory, iron and steel factories, thermal power plants, where every type of eco crime is being committed. Actually, ecocide crime is being committed in Çeşme Peninsula. They are well, there is a tourism project through which they want to close the area to the public. Another issue is Gazi Emir, the radioactive waste in Gazi Emir. There is no nuclear power plant in Turkey, but we have nuclear waste, the origin of which is not found, is not identified yet. And Egecep is working in several areas. It tries to reach to address several problems like the Akkuyu nuclear plant and other issues. And I want to say the following: Egecep is an organization that was founded in 2015, and the way how it organizes is important because it's a horizontal type of organization, and the status of spokesperson is important. And when we think about the formation of Union of Ecology, starting with EGECEP, it is also important. It is important that this kind of organizations expand. And maybe I can talk about Ecocide as well, because I'm here to talk about Ecocide as well. The message of Ecocide was not mentioned, so the Akbalan forest of Ecocide. Since 40 years, the Muğla region is being poisoned because of the thermal power plants and the mining activities, the destruction of several neighborhoods in that area is the case, and they have been resisting since 4 years, more or less. And since 2.5 years, this struggle became more concrete, more solidified, and we gave in Işıkdere, we gave Sarı Öküzü, but we don't have even 1 tree anymore. We will struggle until the end, and I try to be active within the struggle as well. And today is the 476th day of this struggle that is being carried out in order to protect Akbalan forest. But don't lean on the legal cases so much. We are struggling on a legal basis as well. After the discovery of the third time of the discovery, we have an expert view, which is a negative report. We will decipher it, we will denounce it, and we will do what is necessary. But this means that the execution can be, the suspension of execution can be cancelled, and they can start reinitiate their activities at any moment. This is what it means. Please support them, visit them, go to have a coffee with them, because when you go to visit them, they will feel stronger. And we shouldn't lose the struggle there. We should create a story of success there, so that we will have the strength to continue to struggle. Justice for all lives, justice for life, justice for Akbalan forest. Justice for Akbalan forest. Okay, I want to say a few words as well, and I want to make an announcement. Arif didn't include Burhani environmental platform when talking about EGECEP. I wasn't gonna have the word about it, but the metallic mining in Turkey after Ilich region, it is important because of its big surface area, and in terms of the operation, it is the second biggest mining company. So I will give the floor to Daria for 2 minutes, and let's talk about it as well. Hello, my name is Daria. I was in Istanbul Solidarity Collective before, and now I'm mostly in Burhaniye and Izmir provinces. This is why I'm in Burçep. Most of the people don't know, but the Madra Mountains are not very well known what is happening in Madra Mountains. Although I'm from Burhaniye, the extent of what is happening there is really incredible. It's a mining area that consists of, that is established on 6,600 square meters area, and the water that is being used there, it will be consuming huge amounts of water, and it poses a serious threat to the Gulf. And we are working on this in Burhaniye in cooperation with NGOs, and we want to make this heard, and we want to prevent this from happening. We have a demonstration on the 13th of November, and we are inviting everyone who can show up there. Thank you very much. 13th of November is also important also because we have people who walk nature, and the people who walk in this area usually work towards those areas where destruction takes place. So all of these people will go to the gates of the gold mine there. This is why we wanted to announce it here, and we are waiting for your support.
Arkadaşlar son 4 söz. Marmara'ya geldik. Birazcık yakın bölgemize sona bıraktık.
Merhabalar. Ben Marmara Yaşasın'la ilgili 5 dakika içerisinde ne kadar şey anlatabilirsem bilgi vermeye çalışacağım. Marmara Yaşasın 2021 musulat sonrasında.
I am from Long Live Marmara, and Let Marmara Live is an organization that continues its activities currently, and what a friend from Elbistan mentioned that the snow in Elbistan comes out as black after the processing of coal. Yes, also it's not black. Now I want to start with saying that all of the natural assets, after they are processed within industrial capitalist relations, they come out as solid or liquid or gas. And also there is the issue of the reuse of the waste from those processes. The gas residues are polluting the atmosphere, and the solid waste is polluting the soil, and the liquid is polluting the waters. And the ecology struggle is actually has been creating a very different paradigm. The water, the aquatic ecosystems are now being worked on within this context. Yesterday, the Spanish comrades were talking about Mar Menor, but actually in Küçükçekmece, the Küçükçekmece Lagoon, now the ocean level is 0.4, and every year there are fish massacres there. Every year the snake fish, and Küçükçekmece Lake is the first place within the context of Marmara. Küçükçekmece is the first place where ecocide happened actually. Since several years, on the bottom there is a layer consisting of those waste, and in this sense Canal Istanbul should be interpreted taking this into account as well. So the story starts with the legal provision, with the definition of the legal provisions actually in 1988.
In 1988, just during the ANAP government, in 2004, there was a regulation on water cleaning.
Receiving media, which is considered to be appropriate through discharge through pipes and diffusers. So the domestic and industrial wastewater, after the treatment capacity is not expected from the treatment facilities, but it is expected from the aquatic environment, from the aquatic media. And this is the policy that is being implemented in Turkey since 30 years. So, with respect to within this special case of Marmara, actually in Marmara, we have two different seas, two different ecosystems. One of them is about the Mediterranean ecosystem, and the other one is the Black Sea ecosystem, which is the upper layer. In 1980,
onaylanmıştır ve 1988'de yeni kapıyla hiçbir arıtma yapılmadan ön arıtma denilen garabet sistemlerle İstanbul'da şartere basılmıştır ve şu anda Yeni Kapı Derin Deniz Deşarjı'ndan günlük 600.000 ton atık su.
Nereden konuşmam lazım? İngilizceden mi, Çince'den mi?
İki kanaldan da İngilizce geliyor diyor. Ha? Sen Türk İngilizce çeviriyorsun değil mi?
Havzası yaklaşık 24 milyon insan yaşıyor. Ülke ekonomisinin %50'sini sağlıyor. Ve bu Marmara Havzası'nda olmayan sektör yok. Boğazlardan yılda 40.000 gemi geçiyor. Bunların hepsi. Tarım havzaları var. Bunların hepsi.
In a day about 200-220 milliliter water, 6 million ton water is being charged into Marmara. 50% of that water has been sent without cleaning, and this is 60% from Istanbul. From the wastewater, 60% of the wastewater has been sent to the Marmara Sea, deep sea, by deep sea charging. I don't know how much time I have, but after the mucilage, I would like to tell you some thing about the mucilage. For Istanbul municipality is using the same regulations since 40. It's been put into effect 40 years ago, and Istanbul municipality is using the same regulations and says that Istanbul doesn't. They pretend that Istanbul is not affecting badly the Marmara Sea. The second thing is I would like to give a few examples. When you look at the 22 articles of the action plan, all these structures of the environmental ministry shows that there is no prevention of Marmara Sea since 1980. There are analyses of this Marmara and Akdeniz seas, and there are so many reports to change the laws and changing the waste policies, water waste policies, but Istanbul Council is not putting money and doesn't save money into the water cleaning and to save Marmara. Thank you very much for summarizing one of the big issues into 5 minutes. Gaye would like to speak.
Onu ekrana yansıtalım.
I'm going to try to explain in a very short.
Şöyle. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Vade Bağ Savunması'ndan Gaye Bulut ben.
I'm Gaye Bulut from Vade Bağ.
Aramızda İstanbul dışından gelen
defense group.
arkadaşlar için öncelikle
There are friends who came from outside Istanbul. I would like to give info about where we are talking about, but I would like to show a PPX file. Okay. In Istanbul, we have about 30 forestry, 17 of them in European side. Some of them are in private, some of them in public. Validava is a public forestry area. You can see from the picture that Bezmialem Valide Sultan during the Ottoman Empire till lunchtime.
Dediğimiz kız kardeşi için üst sayfa.
I set up a palace in that area, in that.
Kız kardeşi için bir kasır, bunun ilerisindeki bir alana da kendi için bir av köşkü yaptırıyor. Derken Cumhuriyet dönemine geliyoruz.
During the Republic period, first of all, that palaces.
Cumhuriyet dönemi yapıları, preventoryumlar ve sanatoryumlar yapılıyor. Özellikle şunu söylemeye çalışıyorum.
There are sanatoriums and some schools. First small forestry became one bigger space. Primary and secondary cultural substances there.
Peki bu alanın
Come to 12th of September military coup, all the plans is being changed. Go down of the picture, 70s, 1970s. You see the area of Valideba and the settlement around it. That green belt has been opened to the instructions, installations, and you see how much is being open to the population. Now there are no green areas. It's red now. There is another point which I want to mention. Next page, please. Another important story. I don't want to jump to another issue. We are talking about 34-hectare area. There is some administrative problems of this area. Education Ministry owns some of the palaces, administration. The rest of the buildings belongs to Health Ministry, and the rest belong to the Istanbul municipality. And the administration changed. This administration is belongs to Üsküdar municipality. This area, what we are trying to save is over 2,000 by agricultural varieties and so many other birds. These three birds are nearly are very special and near to distinction. If you refer to the International Biodiversity Convention, Turkey has signed that convention. Yeah, we need to defend that convention, but due to the developments, we need to defend the Valideba to these developments. Valideba is being primarily saved, and it needs to have special plan for prevention. And Valideba doesn't have that yet. Since 1990s, retired teachers were fighting to defend this area. Since last 30 years, there is local people fighting to defend this natural sphere, and there are so many changes in prevention laws. National parks were primary prevention area, and there are some new statuses for other areas. The danger we face, but the Valideba, I can't remember the date, but here is that 28th of December 2021 in official state paper that only 26,000 there is a new project for Haydarpaşa High School. They are going to destroy they demolish the high school, and they still not decided yet, but trying to change the prevention act over this area. They are waiting for signature. There is a good fight over it. Then let's go to the last picture. There is an ecosystem. I will propose an ecosystem.
Bir yıldır sürüyor. Ne yapılıyor? Alandan
The government should give the responsibility to a panel who are experts on this, on prevention of these national parks or forestry areas, how you can defend these sort of forestry areas. We need scientific and neutral plans. Let's continue with Valideba. Thank you very much. Akif Ergin from Valideba Volunteers Group. When Valideba Volunteer Group started during the 1990s, Valideba neighborhood struggle started in 1998. We wanted to lead this struggle on the basis of legal base also. All around the world, we know that not only legal struggle will be enough. There should be a struggle also. We are trying to unite these two different versions of struggles. We are supporting this struggle with other activities, cultural activities, music, concerts. We are talking about. I will correct small information about Gaye's instruction to 3/4. In 2016, the Istanbul Council's position changed in 2016. There is no the change happened then rather than later. Üsküdar Council leadership is trying to make profitable activity in this in Valideba. We call this picnics, and they want to have political campaigning shows. We disagree with these shows. Most part of the area, Valideba, is belong to Education Ministry, and they are trying to extend the bars, cafes, and all sorts of the buildings. We have been accused of saying no to everything, but we are based on scientific approach. We say no scientifically and logically. We have the same problems like Salda and the rest. National Park attacks all around Turkey, and we face with the same attack in Valideba. There is only 1 minute I have. And there is a prevention plan in recent years. They call it you can take it.
And it is, there is an expression that they can build buildings. Then they say landscape projects can be carried out, urban design projects can be carried out, and because we read them, we also sued them, and we made a resolution to hold the execution, and the hearing will be held on November the 30th. We are expecting you all at this hearing, so on November 30th at 9:30. We have our hearing at Bağcılar Court. As for the other two cases, there was a tender opened by Üsküdar municipality and we sued for cancellation of this case, and then it went to the Court of Arbitration and we are expecting positive result from there. Another case, as mentioned by Gaye Hanım, Haydarpaşa High School is a school located within this wood, and even before it was declared as a protection site, that building was built, and as they wanted to demolish and rebuild it, they lowered the protection status to 1 from 2. So we started another lawsuit against them. So we're expecting the cancellation of execution again. Very interestingly, all those cases were not merged by the courts, but they were made reliant on one another. So the administrative courts say, in order to make my decision, I have to wait for the result of the other case. I don't know if others have really experienced this before, but that is the case we're experiencing. In order to make a resolution, they're expecting the resolution of the other court. Hopefully, once we get rid of those partisan judges, we will be seeing proper decisions being made. Well, all of you, as you know, we are holding this event in Gazhane, and those who lived in old Istanbul will remember the former situation of this place. And in order to turn this place into this beautiful space, Gazhane volunteers took a lot of efforts. So as the final speaker among the ecology organizations, I would like to invite my friends from the Gazhane volunteers organization. Then we will adjourn this session. I am Işık Demirtaş from Gazhane volunteers. In our name there is environment. So we've been active since '96. First of all, I would like to greet you all respectfully, and as mentioned by the gentleman, it is a great example that we've been able to turn this place into such a beautiful place. This is quite an important example. When this place was first opened, Serkan Taycan had an exhibition here. The first exhibition in 2019 was his exhibition, and that exhibition was actually criticizing Kanal Istanbul. And yesterday there was a concert of Siyasi Band, and they have not been giving out concerts for a very long time. I actually followed that band and since the very beginning, and for the first time I joined their concert here, and they sent their greetings to Can Atalay. Mücella Yapıcı was one of the first founders of Gazhane volunteers, and we had our legal entity, and back then he was with us, and that was a very long and tiring session already, so I don't want to extend anymore. As I said, back in '96, we actually started these actions with the signatures from the neighborhood, and right in the middle of the neighborhood there was this industrial site that was producing gas out of coal, and once that was closed, a public space was to be created here, and based on the needs of based on the requests of the local people. So there was a different climate back then, actually, and based on those requests, we discussed what kind of project that should have been, to see what the people need at the local level, and some information like urban consciousness should have been transferred to the people. And Oktay Ekinci from the Chamber of Architects was with us. Many people are not here with us today, but with their perception, we first worked around the consciousness of urbanization, and then we talked about the examples from the world, how those spaces have been transformed across the world, and then signatures were collected, more than 10,000 signatures, and back then we didn't really have change.org like today, and we took those signatures to the municipal council by hand, and then that was a project as we requested. That was a very long process indeed, but we were able to achieve what we wanted to, except for the green. For green areas, we ran another signature project on change.org, and we collected 15,000 signatures. Normally, there should have been green area, but they didn't know where to take the cars in the garage, so that was not created as we wanted. So today we are able to host this conference here, and also this turns into a platform for the people to raise their voices, and concerts are held. So we are all able to gather here, and that was our initial objective. We actually intended to do so, and we would like to ensure participation and engagement at the local level. And already the struggles that are not participated by the people turn into different structures that we do not want. And the reason why we are here today is to gather around with the people who have put efforts, and we would like to make sure that the representative of Istanbul municipality is also with us on the table. We would like to have a budget for cultural activities. We have our book, Gazhane Strategic Management Model book, and we've been able to succeed good things so far. You can consider it as a positive example, but nothing is over yet, like the other struggles. And our purpose is to make sure that this place turns into a one that sustains itself. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Gazhane, for hosting us. While ending this session, I would like to commemorate Tayfun Mücellcan and others. We're looking for a justice for them, and also we are seeking justice for those who were murdered while fighting for ecology. And we ask for justice for the entire nature and humanity. And sorry for being unable to manage the time well. We're all very hungry. We are now going to the lunch, and 2:15 we will be here again for the afternoon session. We have two professors in law who will be here with us. We are now going to the lunch in Beltur 1. There is a wide space. We have a vegan menu and you may buy your beverages by paying. Thank you. Bon appetit.
Recording
geliyor mu sana? Tamam. Geliyor mikrofon. Ses. Tamam. Sesim geliyor. Her şey yolunda. Başlıyoruz. Tamam. Hadi.
Sanırım yavaştan başlıyor. Geliyor musun? Tamam. Yavaştan başlayabiliriz sanırım.
I think
Yaklaştırayım
we're
mı?
good to go. Hello everyone. I am lawyer Hülya Yıldırım from the Chamber of Environmental Engineers.
Sorun yok değil mi?
Peki.
O da buraya gelebiliriz.
İki kişi buraya gelebilir.
Arkadaşlar.
Sanırım başlayabiliriz.
I think we may now start. Hello, this is Hülya Yıldırım, and I will be moderating this session. Well, we have discussed about the definition of ecocide and the current developments across the world, and we discussed about the examples of the country, and our colleagues informed you about our activities, and we discussed earlier on, and I believe it is important to discuss it in context of this forum. In Turkey, we underlined that it is kind of a war, and one of our guests said we will keep fighting against it. That is what we are experiencing in Turkey. There is an exemption they are making use of, and we thought it is a good idea to define ecocide well. And also we see the violations as a result of the war itself. I will not give too much detail because we have Ibrahim Kaboğlu, a professor of constitutional law, online with us, and he will tell us about the definition of ecocide in the internal law. That will be a very good session to be able to define it. I'll give the floor to İlksen now, and then we will continue. Well, this is a meeting in which we are actually putting a note in the history. 1 year ago, there was no discussion around ecocide, and today the NGOs, I mean us, the lawmakers, our MPs, those to implement the law, like the professor in constitutional law, our
Recording in
lawyers,
progress.
and all the mechanisms of the community that should be running are here to discuss about the ecocide. So we are here to discuss about our ideas and to make our ideas visible. We have already worked on it yesterday, and yesterday we discussed who works in the international arena in this regard and who works in Turkey in this regard. We have listened to good examples as case studies, and we worked on their definitions. And now is the time to discuss about our internal law. And now we'll give the floor to Professor Kaboğlu to tell us about it. First of all, I would like to greet you all respectfully from Ankara, Turkish Grand National Assembly. I would like to congratulate you all for hosting such an important meeting. This is about protecting our country. As you mentioned, you have been discussing about the subject since yesterday, and we will further discuss about it today. And I will be giving you some details of the Constitution. Our Constitution of 1982 has been criticized too much, but it is the 40th year of this constitutional law on this Monday. And the environmental aspect of this constitution was not discussed well enough. While speaking of the constitution, the people always remember the article number 56. However, there are political aspects as well as rights and liabilities, and similarly, there are many provisions protecting environment, forests, and the water. And I will try to make a meaning of those provisions around the constitution. Turkish law, the Republic of Turkey is a country of law, we say. But when we say that, do we also consider the natural resources? So what is the place of those natural resources? Do we also have environmental democracy in that statement? In addition to the country of law, do we also have a country of environment? I'll try to answer those questions, and if we can give an answer to those questions, then actually we may speak about what it takes to commit this ecocide crime and whether or not there is any constitutional ground for the ecocide crime. And within those 40 years, what did we do? I would like to briefly see. As said before, between 1987 and 2004, some amendments were made in the Constitution, and they were always reinforcing the rights and the freedoms. However, between 2007 and 2017, amendments were made to reinforce the political governance and all the rights and authorities of the state was given to one person with the referendum. The more the power is reinforced, the more powerful it is made, the provisions around rights and freedoms become even more vital to be practiced. Today, when we look at the overall constitutional rights and freedoms, we can see that there is a very wide spectrum of rights and freedoms. However, from Article 75 to 160, we may see the legislation, execution, and judgment actually make those rights and freedoms incomplete. As you also spoke about it during your opening speech, the country of Turkey is being looted, unfortunately. So what do we have in the constitution, and how can we actually assure those provisions? First of all, I call it a principle has its natural legal structure. So those are the country regulations, and those country regulations are for the public benefit. I am not saying that. Article 42 of the Constitution says that with respect to protection of the coastals and the meadows, so they are all for the public benefit. Therefore, what we have been discussing over the last 2 days, those fundamental values actually stem from the public benefit. And they are the natural, cultural, historical monuments, natural resources, the forests, and the provisions mean the provisions with respect to the country of Turkey. And although they are not systematically arranged, it is referring to Article 2, the country of Turkey is indivisible with its people. So under the frame of this article, they can be brought together. So it's a very broad area. So within the scope of Article 23 and 57, there are some other provisions, or for the 169th article, there are provisions about the forests and also the coasts, the seas, and other wetlands, in addition to agricultural lands, meadows, and highlands. They are all actually under the protection provision of the Constitution. So there is the forest public order or environment public order. So the reason why I am underlining this is actually about the public order authority granted to the law enforcement officers.
yeri gelmektedir. Bu açıdan
So with that understanding, for example, Article 169 about the forests, the legislative body, its Turkish Grand National Assembly, has its primary duty. It can issue laws about anything, but their authority to legislate about the forest is limited. So their legislative authority is limited by this article. So most of the time, the lawyers, the environment engineers, activists, and the NGOs refer to article number 56 of constitutional law. That is right, that can be done, but how should we do that? There is a subject here and we should know what we are protecting well. Secondly, what are the constitutional tools to make them effective? The area protected by it is the living space, and us, the Homo sapiens, as we speak about the human rights or the women rights, we do not say environmental human right, but we say environment rights, because flora, fauna, and Homo sapiens come together under this definition. But if we call it environmental human right, that would be agnocentric. So that would mean everything is for the human beings only. So that would be a totally different understanding. That's why the constitutional provisions I'm about to mention can indeed create a foundation for such rights. However, the part that should be emphasized about Article 56 is about the liability of preventing, safeguarding, and further improving. So protecting the natural resources. We were talking about them earlier on as well. For example, the agricultural lands should not be open to construction. So that will be ensuring it. And what is assumed by 56 is also meaningful in a sense that Article 56 also assigns this duty to the citizens. However, it imposes with additional rights. So it is a liability for the state, yet it is a duty for the citizen. So why is that important? It is important in two aspects. Firstly, when the state declares that it will create a trinity to use the relevant tools. For example, environmental impact analysis process is an environmental democracy process, and it is highly important for prevention, protection, and improvement. So that's a positive liability for the states. Is it enough to have Article 56 only to implement them? It is not, of course. As written in many Latin America countries, that could have been written. However, we are only sufficient with what we have. And we look at our constitutional tools to implement Article 56. I'm sorry to interrupt. We also have interpretation. So we have to stay within a certain time frame. We have other speakers with us as well. You have been explaining perfectly. As you say, there are many aspects that should be handled here. However, we have a limited time. How much time do I have? All right. Maybe you would like to talk about Ecocide as a crime. So what should be the function of the activists, or what are the possible routes for making sure that it takes place in the Constitution? And what the MPs or the lawyers should be doing about it? Maybe you would like to provide us with this perspective. Then that could be better, because we have great people here who would like to speak about their contributions as well. So maybe you would like to adjourn. You'd like to wrap up. Actually, I was wrapping it up, but if I fail to say that, then it is not possible actually to place Ecocide as a crime. And if you do not have this wide perspective, there is no point in writing it as a provision in the Constitution, just like the right to environment having been present in the Constitution for over 40 years, yet being unable to implement it. So there are many rights in the Constitution. Collective freedoms are present as well. And when we use it as a mediator for the right to environment, then we can say that is a right and duty under Article 56. And I am enjoying the freedom vested on me by Article 36. And because the state breached its liability under Article 56, I am the protector and the state itself is guilty. Then, I mean, if we take a look at it, then we will understand what I mean. So let's take one more step. Article 13 assumes it should be balanced, and the essence cannot be intervened. And in case of a crime against the environment, if I enjoy Article 13 of Constitution, I will say it will worsen the ecosystem, and that is against the principle of balancing, and it is also intervening the essence. Therefore, this intervention is kind of the first step and attempt to Ecocide. And as a citizen, I am using my rights and liabilities as a tool so that Ecocide will not emerge and the forestry public order is maintained. And your intervention then would be Ecocide. And if we cannot place Ecocide in Constitution openly, then it means
öngörülen çevre suçları ile anayasa arasındaki bağlantı, hak ve özgürlüklerin bu şekildeki
that the rights and liabilities under constitution will be interpreted in this way, and the necessary legal and constitutional ground for ecocide is available. So it's possible to claim that. And I should also say two more things. Article 90 and the environmental contracts being in the forefront, and the environmental and universal aspect. And thirdly, recognizing this crime of ecocide and claiming an international contract and making sure that Turkey has also recognized that contract. So when we use these three pillars, even if it is not explicitly written, then as a requirement of true cogence of international environment contracts, then we can indeed talk about a ground open to ecocide. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. Thank you for the great summary. Well, thank you. Overall, we don't have to be hopeless, and we can either amend the existing laws, or we will be within this process even if it is implicit. And by utilizing the international contracts as well, we will be taking the necessary steps. I now have to go to take over the interpretation, and if you have time, you may stay with us on Zoom. Kutluhan Bozkurt will be with us around 15:30. He will be joining us from Belgium. Thank you once again, Professor. And you have summarized us about the constitutional grounds. We should also maybe thinking about the safeguarding of the rights of the future generations, as well as the nature. And as for whether or not we can have this in the constitution, we can discuss around that. Now I'll give the floor to you, and one by one, everyone can take over the mic and speak. Hello again. We have 5 minutes to wrap up this session. In order to handle ecocide as a crime, that is actually vital. For example, this is a matter after AKP and MHP. Only after AKP and MHP coalition is thrown over, then we can actually discuss about this. And already the opposition should discuss about handling ecocide as a crime, and they should have a joint commission, and that is a proposal of ours from here, because among the opposition parties, ecocide, I mean, there is still no idea about what will be the scope of ecocide crime. So today, when we discuss what eco-crime is, it is not well defined specific to Turkey, so we should further broaden the definition. So we should make sure that this is turned into law after AKP and MHP, and already we should have a commission with the opposition parties in the parliament.
In what kind of scope that Ecocide is going to be incorporated into the law? What is going to be our main line? It's going to be the discussion between us, and I think we should suggest that an Ecocide commission should be built in the parliament. What kind of what will be the scope of Ecocide within our law? It's going to be a very important issue. Arif Ali Cangı, lawyer. Thank you so much, Kaboğlu. Not only the Article 62, but the other articles are giving us possibilities to have Ecocide as a law in our constitution. The constitution in its present state, there is no problem, there's no hindrance that the Ecocide can be regarded in the Penal Code of Turkey, as I have explained in my previous presentation that I gave yesterday. In the Penal Code, there is a introduction part that might help the inclusion of Ecocide. It's in the Penal Code. Has the purpose of preventing environmental crimes, and this helps us to handle Ecocide within that way. But the Ecocide crimes that we're handling is not being penalized at the moment. The Penal Code is not available in that sense. In this environmental if a person or corporation has the liability or has taken the permission to do his deeds, there will be no problem. There is some gaps that needs to be filled in. So some of the articles partially handles the situation. 76 and 77 articles. The regulation of these articles it reminds us that Ecocide can be considered or regulated in a similar way. There's not much prohibition or challenges with it, but the challenges lay with the politics. What's going to happen after the election? It's the issue of politics, that how the then it's being some constitutional issue. One of the issues that should be discussed in the parliament is going to be the Ecocide law that taken in place, and it should be discussed, it should be debated in the assembly. And if we can present a a declaration that will ask ecocide law to be promoted. This is going to enlighten our way. Well, sir, thank you so much for your contribution. I'm Ismail, a lawyer, Ismail Hakata. Well, really, it really gave us so much information. Article 62 and Article 13, you have given us the way how the corporate CEOs can be penalized, and how we can base our files on some solid ground. Your theoretical speech helped us. It's been very helpful for us, the way you put it. And the issue of unity of Turkey is not only physical but something beyond that. Some of the CEOs in the Article 3 have open files saying that they are most important attack. All attacks are very important. They're somehow creating, well, they do create ecocide. One of them is that deforestation, destruction of forests, that in 20 years' time the fires had happened, but in 1 year a cumulative power of that amount has happened in just 1 year. We've lost so much ground. And the obligation of the government, who was officially obliged to help protect forests, was not performed. And Patimirli, the minister, in fact, he's a person, 178 hectare, a huge area of forests have been devastated. And the minister at that time said that we didn't have any plans to treat treat the area or diminish the fire there. In Akbelan, there has been villages. 4 months ago, the fires had happened. That area has been announced as a renewable energy area, and what a coincidence! There came the fire. How did you know that you named that renewable area? I think they knew it before. And that area has been cleared of forests due to fires. One of the judges that I'm going to open a file against him, the four of those villages that I have people who has complaints. In fact, we opened 50
50 files. These areas have been destroyed deliberately. And this guy, the previous minister, Pakdemirli, is a person who commits human atrocity. And I suggest that he should be the subject of a complaint to the International Criminal Court. And this person should be persecuted, and this has to be an issue in the assembly, and all these people who does who are against human rights, people should some ill people should take a step back and see that there will be some consequences. And I'm asking that I'm suggesting that he can be put into Lahey courts for human atrocities, and maybe for the Ecocide crime, even though it's not said. They are giving the mine areas so recklessly. They are almost distributing it. So now 690 law cases that we have started. There has been 7,000 licenses given to the miners during the previous times, but in this 20 years time, 60,000 licenses were given to start mines. They govern the country like a tribe, like as if it's their own property. All the general managers should be put into trial. We may not put Pakdemir, the previous minister, into trial. There you need some Supreme Court, but we can do something about it. Why do I call them as they treat like tribesmen? In Eastern Ireland, they cut off the trees there to get the sculptures up to the hills. We're doing almost the same thing. Duyamıyorum. We have a little time. Niye konuşmuyorum? Mikrofona konuşsun, söylesin. Why do we want the ecocide law should be defined in our constitution? Okay, the floor is yours. This is the reason why I wanted to say this, talk about the same thing. In the morning, there was a presentation about thermal power plants, that you have seen that huge smoke coming out of the filters, and no one is helping it to prevent. If the ecocide becomes a law, the continuing ecocide can be put into trial, or the ones that had happened can be put into trial, So because they at the moment they are hide behind some of the laws. If we can restructure them, we can handle the situation. Also, it has to be preventive, not only the ones that who commits the ecocide, but the ones that might cause ecocide in the end should be included into our law. This 20 years of darkness shall end sooner or later, and we'll have some light in our lives, and we should put the law always at the top of the issues, so that we can have ecocide as a law that we can have the base to our arguments. We should be writing our own law. I guess it was Belgium. Yeah, Belgium. In Belgium, that people wrote the law. I mean, the inclusion of people's opinion were included into the law. The blah blahs we're fed up with blah blahs in our rhetoric, in the rhetoric of environmental protection. We should be writing our own law. For example, in the example of Hasankeyf, the issue of making a dam, 15 years ago, we put our heart and soul into it, and then the creditors took a step back from the area. So our struggle helped it to analyze this issue again. The people who give the credits that cause ecocide in the end taken into consideration. We should put some pressure on them as well.
Hi, thank you very much for those of this explanation, and thank you, Mr. Kabaoğlu, for explaining all this. I would like to say something. No matter what you're going to do in Turkey, whether it's on the civil society or whether it's on the legal side, my advice to you also is not to work alone and to take experience from other countries that are also have similar issues, and really contact experts, legal experts. For example, we have one that is here. Really, whatever you do, just don't work alone and work together with other countries, because we can also pass on our experience and help you to achieve what you want to do here in Turkey. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Çok teşekkürler sunumunuz için.
Thank you so much for your presentations. I just want to say a few things. Whatever you do, you should never work alone. You should be collaborating. Whatever it is on, we should take the expertise of the from lawmakers, and Thank you so much. Stop Ecocide can be the organization that we can ask help from.
ADT'de yapmış olduğunuz konuşmada akümülatif birikimden bahsettiniz hocam. Önemli bir kavramdı. Zannedersem dünya ve biz şunun arayışındayız. Hangi ekokırım kavramının altını doldurma aşamasındayız.
We're about to create the base for the Ecocide definition bit by bit. Our cumulative information that we gain from both qualitative and quantitative way, that
endüstri devriminde 1850'li yıllarda başladığı zaman karbondioksit atmosferde
that when we look at the carbon emissions, as you see, that in this 15 or 20 years of time that there is such a big climate changes, the accumulative impact of carbon dioxide is immense. The production of all of the society should be included into this process. You use it and then you leave it somewhere and it remains in the ecosystem. For example, lead, which was not welcome. China is doing it, still using it. Well, we're still at the moment, it's once used, but now we're still breathing in lead. So this capitalist production feedbacks should be discussed over and over again. So we should never understand, we should never, we should remark that Ecocide does not come up in a minute, did not come up in a minute. No area in nature is dead, in fact, but they live in a different way. Without oxygen, there can be some sort of life, but we cannot call it life when we well, it means that life somehow can go on with or without human beings. I think this cumulative nature of the issue is an interesting thing. When we look at Illich, the court refused the interrogation, and that cumulative impact of it should be included into the the concept of ecocide in our debates, I believe. Hello to all, Mehmet Özdağ. I'm from the platform of against nuclear power. I want to ask a question. We're going to start with that statement is that states should follow on the things that has been decided before. Are we going to carry on with the 20-year of the present government's deeds? Of course, maybe not. So, of course, it's not an issue to continue with the environmentally destructive projects. I do not do not follow that. We cannot say that all of the all of the actions of state should be followed right after by the coming new government. So we all have to do something about ecocide, which it is something that has been an issue right after Vietnam. In Vietnam, there has been a law. The penalty was a death sentence, and the people that after the Russian Federation is dissolved, the countries there had in their laws 10 to 20 years of sentences in their penal code based on the damage, worse harm in water or plant ecosystems. That kind of crimes have been defined in some of the constitutions of such countries. 4.5 million euro, as I remember, with the could go with the penalty. There is an example with that. So the Assembly of Turkish Parliament, we asked that the present status of ecocides and their constitutional background. We had this research done in the parliament. So if as long as this government is changed, there's got that and somewhat environmentally friendly country can never be constituted. And in like Marmara, there we had an ecocide that a large number of species were destroyed. Now we have 1 or 2 species left in the sea. We are all part of this issue. We failed to fight against.
And we have a responsibility to fulfill it after the elections, and we will fight for it all together. Thank you very much for your struggles, for your efforts. I would like to thank distinguished MP. And in order to do something, we have to start from somewhere, and we have to ensure the future. The lawyers have also mentioned, as we go for the election, I mean, the ecological destruction is just too much in countries like ours. So I would like to ask Professor Kabolu, do you have any promises to us? And they are saying that they will be prosecuting those who were engaged in corruption, and I've never heard of anyone saying they will punish those who caused such ecological destructions. I'll give mic to one of the participants once again, then we will have a 15-minute coffee break. I actually will try to provide you with an alternative approach. So I'll try to provide you with an alternative suggestion. Looking at the history of the world told us it is always the history of a victory against the other nations. And I believe that would be the approach of the entire world, the victories of the nations against one another. However, the actual history is based on the fight for the human rights since the very beginning of the history. And this is a fight for democracy as it has evolved. And I'm not only talking about people like Gandhi or Martin Luther King, millions of people and the heroes who made them leaders. And in the history of ecology, we should also say the same. So the fight by the locals is highly important, and we need to bring that together with the law, and we have to focus on how to propagate these endeavors across the country so that they will be practically implemented, because many people complain that there are laws but they're not practiced. I want to give you an example of Moderator. The example that we heard yesterday, that was a very good one, and we should definitely be inspired by that. And the ecology organizations, the local organizations, have been undertaking this struggle ambitiously for years, and there is the local people behind them, and the local people actually bring together their lives with ecologic destruction. As far as I understand, this is exactly what Ecocide is, but the decision made by the Spanish Parliament is not an Ecocide law. The Spanish Parliament has not released any law on Ecocide, so they have actually only recognized the local place. I want to give you an example from Turkey. The Sea of Marmara was discussed today and yesterday. Last year, we learned Marmara Sea was declared a special protection area. That was a great decision, because special protection area, I mean, you cannot do anything without the approval and permission of the organization, this authority. It is a very comprehensive decision. However, we're saying that with a smile, because within last 1 year, nothing has changed in positive ways. In this country, unfortunately, the legal rules are not being implemented. So it is very important that we organize the local people and bring a pressure on those lawmakers. I suggest that we should have groups for that purpose. We've been talking about the first degree city areas being turned into national parks. So we should first protect the existing protection areas. We should then propagate those areas. We should work to increase their protection status and organize our struggles accordingly. This is my suggestion. Thank you.
Hello again. For those who knows me, my name is Rodrigo Lledó. I'm from Chile, but I live in Spain. I am a director of Baltasar Garzón International Foundation, and I was one of the members of the team of expert panel that draft the definition at the international level. So I just want to say, okay, consecutive translation. Perfect. Okay, I stop here. Yeah.
Merhaba, tanışmıştık bazı arkadaşlarla, olmayanlar için kendimi tanıtayım. Adım Rodrigo Lledó, avukatım, aslında Şililiyim ama İspanya'da yaşıyorum. Bu bu alanda çalışan tam kurumun adını şimdi unuttum. What was the name of your foundation?
Baltasar Garzón
Baltasar Garzón
International Foundation.
Uluslararası bir kurumun parçasıyım. Hukuki tanımı oluşturan, uluslararası referans verdiğimiz hukuki tanımı oluşturan panelin üyesiyim.
From my perspective, you have, as I hear here, you have a constitutional ground to do it. You have some expert here, some willing here, and maybe only you need some political support. Well, no? Okay, break.
Benim anladığım, burada duyduklarımdan anladığım, çıkardığım perspektif, sizin bir anayasal temeliniz var. Anayasal o düzeyde referans vereceğiniz bir temeliniz var. Uzmanlarınız var. Sanırım bir miktar politik düzeyde isteğe ihtiyacınız var. Yasal bir iradeye ihtiyacınız var.
So when you will decide to draft your own definition, for sure you can count with me. That's it.
Tanımınızı yapmaya karar verdiğinizde benden destek alacağınızdan emin olabilirsiniz.
Şimdi herkes için uygunsa bir 15 dakika ara verelim. Sonra döndüğümüzde bir...
If that is okay for all of you, we may now go for a break. With regards to the questions asked, I may not be here for the next part. Ali Şeker is there, so he should give you information. So we discussed about Plan A and Plan B, and I think this is not a subject that we can reduce to election only. This goes beyond elections and politics, and we should be prepared for the worst, and we should always go beyond Plan A or Plan B. Secondly, you guys will provide us with a proposal to create a commission, and with the votes of AKP and MHP, those proposals are declined, and maybe we could make sure that Ecocide is discussed at the agenda of the Grand National Assembly, and that would be an important step again. Third, but not least, You have given us the example of Marmara, and this is indeed interesting about why this crime should be recognized and practiced.
Tam da işte Marmara Denizi'nde o 56. maddede yazan önlemek, devletin önlemek, korumak ve geliştirmek yükümlülüğünü
The law says
ama sırada
the country, the government is responsible for prevention, protection, and
çevreleyen devletin
when
üzerinde denetleme ve yaptırım yükümlülüğünü ihmal etmesi sonucu Marmara'ya
that would be a result of the government and country failing to fulfill its liabilities of prevention and protection. So that requires precaution. I mean, if you do this construction here and there, that will destroy the nature. By time mucilage will take place and ecocide crime will be committed. So it is about those liabilities not being fulfilled, and the international principles should be followed. I will try to make sure that I join, otherwise I wish you all the best. Thank you very much. There is one more question before you leave.
Merhaba arkadaşlar.
Hello.
Dedik işte 149. madde insanlığa karşı.
So we have discussed about Article 149, crimes against the humans, and the crime of ecocide is not exactly defined in our country. And when we define ecocide, and considering the overall world, we say that this crime should be punished as necessary at La Haye. However, I would like to ask you, considering the fact that it covers the entire ecosystem,
varlıklar, canlılar ya da cansızlar da dahil olmak üzere herkesin etkilendiği bir ekolojik suç olarak baktığımızda,
when you look at it as an ecological crime that affects everyone,
aslında tamamıyla dünyada
it actually means
bunun karşılığıysa Lahey'de de gidildiğinde tam anlamıyla aslında bunun da değişmesi gerekmez mi? Ekolojik bir yasa
doesn't that have to change as well? I mean, there should be an ecological law because do you not think that there should be a law for them? Because many living beings are destroyed. I believe that should change. And what do you think about it? I think the laws should be amended and should be made more ecological. I know you don't have time. Well, you're right about this question, but the laws, the constitutions are not prepared at once. Last week we also had meeting and we had participants from across 5 continents and we discussed about this. And we discussed about it all together. This is a process. There is no ideal arrangement in any country. Latin America countries are leading it for protection of the ecology and for constitutional arrangements, and we should also agree that there is no exact definition, but as our lawyers do on the field and the NGOs do, we are undertaking this struggle by also utilizing the international dimensions. So we have been discussing about it, and there's a tendency to make a contract with the earth. So, as you said as well, that should be a contract at international level, and that could be the path to the world constitution. But we will not do it by overriding the existing constitutions, but those international apparatus should be reinforced. And if a world environment code could be created, we would not speak of Lahey every second. But using Lahey also shows us why an international environment code should be established. For that reason, we should be knowledgeable with those routes. We should ensure that interaction, and we have to make sure that the information is put to use. And just like us trying to do it in international solidarity, I think those thoughts that feel like a utopia today may turn into reality tomorrow. Thank you very much. We will take a quick 10 minutes break, and we will be back here at 4.
Tamam. Şimdi tekrar merhaba arkadaşlar.
Hello
Forumun
again.
kısmına başlıyoruz ama
We will now start the second part of the forum, but maybe we should give you a summary of the first part. We talked about the description of Ecocide, what it covers, what it does not cover, or what it should cover, and why do we need a definition we discussed. And along with that, we talked about the legal grounds in the Constitution. He also talked about the Earth contract, and maybe that human-centric idea should be changed into a nature-oriented with, and also a commission is needed for this. And
birinci bölümü özetlemiş olayım. Şimdi önce yine bir profesör hocamız Kutluhan Bozkurt'a söz vereceğiz.
now I'll give the floor to Professor Kutluhan Bozkurt, and I'll give the floor to İlksen Hanım first. Then we will discuss all together. Professor Bozkurt is with us. We call him Kutluhan. And starting from day one, when Ecocide working group was created, he has been with us, along with Ismail and Arif, and also with our friends from law. He has been with us. I will give the floor to Kutluhan now. Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? First of all, I would like to congratulate all who have contributed to this conference of Ecocide, and I believe you have done a great job. This will be a very important turning point, and in the future, we will commemorate this event with a great joy. So I would like to thank you all sincerely for contributing. I wanted to join you physically, yet I am joining you from abroad because I'm very busy, and I will give you some suggestions and considerations about the international law. I was able to catch the last words of the professor, and I was able to hear some of the questions. I think the terminology needs to be changed. The concept of crime against humanity is not sufficient. Ecocide can actually take up an important role here. That would be an important starting point. And what should be the objective from now on? As an international law expert, I would say crimes against the ecosystem, crimes against the planet, and that should be added to Rome. The law will not move on very quickly, and it is not possible to change it immediately, and there is no central authority, and that's why we require a unity in action and meaning, and therefore it is very difficult to accelerate international law as compared to national laws. Speaking of Ecocide, we need to develop an international law perspective as well. I would say jus cogens would be the right approach. In line with jus cogens, we can discuss about the aspects that are international, and the lawyers were on the field, were in the kitchen, were putting efforts into this. We should know that better, and we have been able to make this progress with their contributions only. And in amendment of international law, they have significant roles, and probably we would have achieved what we have achieved so far, and we would have been able to mobilize the international law, and the judiciary bodies would not make meaningful decisions. That's why we owe a lot to them. Most recently, I've carried out another study. I'll share them with you as well. That is about the roles taken by the climate activists. And their role is highly important for the future of our planet. And if we are able to get over the harms, we will owe a lot to the activists, and the international law has a relatively flexible structure. It is not even present because it is the law of the powerful. I mean, those with a powerful economy or a powerful army. So, unfortunately, their law applies. And for the countries that are underdeveloped, that brings along a challenge from South America to Asia, Americas, and African countries. We might see that this is an injustice that should be changed. Probably in the upcoming decades, it will be an inevitable end to see they have to speak up more, and the international law will be shaping that. And ecocide crimes and the crimes against the environment is not enough to me anymore. And my friend who asked the question to Kabul also spoke about it. He said it's not only the human beings that receive a harm, and the planet itself is harmed. And we can see that all the chains, all the rings in the chain are actually negatively affected by that. And there is a destruction that we need to see. Accordingly, we should not only be human-oriented, of course the humans are important, but all the beings, all the plants, animals, organic beings, and others that offer them the facilities to sustain their lives, like the forests, lakes, and the rivers, all those wealths must be protected as a whole. And if you take the human beings in the center only, then you will make a mistake. And the concept ecosystem should be protected. So that is my overall idea. And I believe we should talk about the planet rights, and we should be protecting the planet itself. What can we do about international law? Maybe like the International Declaration of Human Rights, we need International Declaration of Planet Rights, and the climate activists will contribute significantly, I believe, and for the prevention of ecocide crimes, and for them to be judged in international courts, we should be creating the necessary infrastructure. And I told you the connection to the international law, the Rus-Kogan rules are important to us, and ecocide crimes is also referred to in Article 53 of Vienna Agreement, and we should be demanding it in line with Rus-Kogan's, and we should be raising it everywhere in the public and the press. And those who put efforts for this purpose will be making contributions to this. As for the Rome statutes, in Article 5, there are 4 different criteria listed. The crime of massacre, war crimes, attack crime. So this is actually insufficient to define ecocides in the international law aspect. And the second connection would be the crimes against humanity. And the second one would be the crime of massacre against the planet. This needs further discussion, and the literature studies must be carried out. Intellectuals must be coming up with ideas, and that should be supported internationally. Ecocide crimes, or the crimes against the planet, should be there. Is there a mechanism to ensure it? Yes, we can do it through the judiciary bodies. Which judiciary bodies? Like the ones the International Justice Department in La Haye, and for the European Union, European Union Justice Court, and European Council's European Court of Human Rights must be applied to. As for the Americas, the Court of Human Rights can indeed work in this field, and it's possible to apply to them as well. For the African continent, there are other organizations of courts that are in place right now. And well, lawyers now recognize it and underline it. The cross-border agreements and cross-border decisions are important for us. I should also say this is not an easy achievement. The cross-border agreements and cross-border decisions, in developing them, in obtaining them, the climate activists have taken very important roles. And let me make it concrete for you. It is known as Bergama case. I think the speakers after me will tell it even better. It is an important one in accordance with Article 8. Turkey was found defective as per the contract. We're saying that because the European Court of Human Rights used a contract to which Turkey was not a party, and they said Turkey should take that contract into consideration. That matters to us because for the first time, cross-border agreements and arrangements were found to be important for the first time. Kutluhan, I would like to say one thing. So you've been speaking about the contracts.
Duyamadım. İlk sen tekrar edebilir misin?
I couldn't hear you. Can you please repeat?
Mikrofon çalışıyor. Duyuyor musun şimdi?
Can you hear well now? Yes, I can hear.
Şimdi ben senden şunu zamanım var biliyorum. Derslerim bitti.
I know you have your time.
Sınır aşan sözleşmeler.
Cross-border contracts, you mean?
Evet. Beni duyuyorsun değil mi?
Well, you can hear me, right?
Tamam. Şimdi bir süre şu konu çok önemli. Sınır aşan
It is important.
uzmanlık alanının en iyi
Cross-border contracts is your expertise, and we need that field the most. And can you please give us a gist of these contracts?
konuşma tartışma imkanını da açarak
And then I would like to discuss it with you because you know it very well. I believe it will be helpful to us all. I could also give the floor to our colleagues here. And we need to understand those cross-border agreements well. All right, let me give you further details. The cross-border contracts is a new terminology. In order to have a contract, there must be two parts. And there could be the international organizations, and also there could be non-governmental organizations that could be parties to such contracts, and the organizations which have a legal entity can also become a party. So this is widely recognized. You can be a party to the contract, and when you become a party to the contract, that will make a meaning to the contracting parties. Is it possible to ask this question for those countries that are non-party? What will happen? This is a critical question. When you ask this question, you have to arrive at the cross-border contracts or the conventions. So convention and treaties have different meanings in international laws. Actually, they are different from one another. I will speak of it as conventions, but you should also understand it as a treaty or as a declaration. So they are different in terms of internationally bindingness. The countries that are not party to the conventions can have been asserting that they're not party to those contracts, those conventions. And with the cross-border conventions, it's not possible anymore. I mean, Turkey could not possibly say, I'm not a party to the Aachen Convention, and you cannot impose any sanctions to me. And I cannot say I have violated Ecocide crimes, and you cannot prove otherwise. So it's not possible to say that anymore, because the ecological conventions that relate to the planet, that relate to the environment, now relate to the entire humanity and the NGOs. This means that the convention has reached up to the jurisprudence level. And for that reason, other conventions that protect the environment can now be used in the international conflicts, because there are resolutions of European Court of Human Rights, and we have seen that in Demirbaykar and Tashkent resolutions as well. The European Court of Human Rights found Turkey in error because of the conventions it was not a party to. And this is very important, and that should be also taken into consideration. There could be other resolutions as well, and those resolutions are being made for other countries as well. They should be further improved, and regardless of the countries being party to the convention, they have to undertake their responsibilities in scope of crimes against the planet. And for that, the international lawyers, the intellectuals, the activists must take up an attitude, and in any setting they should be speaking of it. This is an important gain to us, those in cross-border conventions. I will kindly ask you to wrap up, because we would like to have a discussion here as well, and we have a limited time available to us, so we'll be happy if you could please wrap up. Without further details, let me tell you a second again. Cross-border decisions, we're talking about the decisions of the jurisdiction Turkey today has to take the decisions of European Court of Human Rights into consideration, and the local courts, first-degree courts, and European countries, they all have to be followed. And the members of EU have their liabilities because of the contract establishing EU. Speaking of cross-border decisions, ecological decisions must be taken into consideration for many countries. So by the local judge, that should be evaluated, and the nature must be protected, and an environmental universal agreement should be made. So the secondary gain would be the decisions made by the European Court of Human Rights. EU Justice Court also have many decisions. They should also be followed and taken into consideration. A tertiary gain for us, the lawyers, some decisions made by some countries like the New Zealand, and also addition to the Chile constitutions about ecocide crimes. So the leading countries' arrangements must be taken up, and they have to be adapted to the internal law of the relevant countries. So that will be again an important gain. And I would like to tell you about a fourth thing as well. There is another option. The International Law Commission could be mobilized. So there is a commission under UN, and ecocide crimes should also be handled by that commission. So that would not be just an application to them, but also official application should be made to the International Commission, and new arrangements should be prepared, and the draft text should be created so that we will mobilize them. So without any further words, that's all from my side. Thank you very much, Professor. That was a very good summary to us. And the climate activists have been insisting on the rights of the planet, as you said. There is no hesitation about the rights of the planet. So what they have been defending all the time, and the most important thing that empowers us would be this. So you have raised your finger first. I can give the floor to you now, and then we'll continue.
I want to carry on from the point that you have just started. The commission, he talked about commissions. It is human species that creates ecocide. It is human species who committed all these crimes. And I think we should take care of the rights of the living beings from now on as the priority, rather than the right of human being. The human species is the wildest one and the ruthless one, and it is the one that does the crimes, ecocide.
Kendi kendiyle yaptığı kırımı yasalar yapıldı. Onun dışında yasalar yapılmadı. Önceliği ona.
The laws was about the species, the human beings, killing of one another. It was not about its killing the nature. I'm Arif Ali Cangı, the lawyer. All these new concepts come
yanı sıra kullanacağımız kavramlardan bir tanesi gördüğümüz kadarıyla. Gezegenin Hakları Evrensel Beyannamesi, bayıldım ben şahsen. Sınır aşan sözleşmelere ilişkin bir şey söylemek istiyorum. Evet, sınır aşan sözleşmeler artık Taşkın ve diğerleri kararında olduğu gibi Aarhus Sözleşmesi iç hukukta uygulanmasını gerektiren Anayasa Mahkemesi'nde
I love this expression.
ihlal kararlarında Aarhus Sözleşmesi'nde madde gerekçesinden alarak karar verdik ki bu da bir kazanım. Yani sadece Avrupa İnsan Hakları Mahkemesi değil, Anayasa Mahkemesi'nde karar vermiş olması. Zaten anayasada, beğenmediğimiz anayasada bile buna ilişkin hükümler var. Örneğin Kaboğlu Hoca 13. maddeden bahsetti. Anayasal hakların sınırlandırılmasının anayasanın lafına, özüne aykırı olamayacağı, demokratik topluma aykırı olamayacağına dair. Asıl çarpıcı düzenleme 15. maddede. Savaş hallerde sınırlama getiren madde bu arkadaşlar.
And there is a one that puts limits.
Sözleşmeler, hukuk metinleri anlamında geliyor ki.
In the time of war. I guess human species, the human culture is going on towards the abiding with the international rules. I mean, if this law can be, if ecocide law is there, is in place, can we charge some people by looking backwards? We have some solutions, but in fact,
belki onun üzerine yoğunlaşmak. Ben önerimi şimdi yani söyleyeyim.
The Constitution. This is an important society that is in touch with the international arena. This we should create a proposal for law and deliver it to the parties, or we can create a declaration, a manifesto. What we do here should never stay here. Some people, our friends should take
Teşekkürler.
Creating. Thank you.
Şimdi ben Pelin, ekolojist aktivistim. Şimdi işte Validebağ'da kaza, İkizdere'de, İkizköy'de, yani birçok yerde
In many places in Turkey.
Ekokırım suçuyla ilgili şu ana kadar bir haftadır workshoplar, eğitimler alıyoruz. Ekokırım suçunun
court decisions to
tam
stop
olarak oturmadığı, hani oturmadığı derken tartışıldığı ve konuşulduğu bir durum var. Bildiğim kadarıyla siz daha iyi bilirsiniz. Eğer yanlış biliyorsam düzeltin lütfen. Şimdi orada oturmayan, hani Avrupa Birliği'nde oturmayan bir ekokurum suçu var. Türkiye'de ceza hukukunda hocanın dediği gibi tam oturmayan, hani oturmayan demeyeyim de yürütmeyi durdurma
the penal
süreç var. Önce iç hukuktaki bu ekokırım suçunu
look at the penal code, we see that it's the activists who take the issue on the ground to advocate this issue. Seems like it's going to be a process. What should we do? To create
bilgilerine konması için bir polis, sosyal medya gibi düzenli
constitutionalist
söylememiz gerektiğini düşünüyorum. Çünkü Türkiye'de 2012'den
work group can come out of this group of people that we are in at the moment. We can handle such a responsibility.
Dolayı işte hükümetin bitmeyen işlerinden dolayı bizim üzerimizde. Bizim için
we're always in conflict with government since
siz ne düşünüyorsunuz?
What do you think? Your opinion about it? I'm Arif Belgin. I may say something out of
sözleşmeler kapsamında değerlendirilip
convention is can be considered as an over the border convention. Can it be considered? Let's take another question, and then you can have three of the questions, and you can comment on them.
Hocam, ekokırım suçuyla ilgili ben aynen şeye benzetiyorum. Avrupa İnsan Hakları Sözleşmesi'nin tanınması.
The duration that the Ecocide is somewhat similar to the issues that European courts handled with the human rights issues. European human rights courts and conventions with these organizations we have a similar kind of thing maybe with the Ecocide law. I think we're not opening enough number of law cases. We have so many fires carrying on, deforestation going on. I think we're not using our penal code by opening lawsuits. So I think we should start a process with this to go to the Ecocide, incorporating the Ecocide. We should have the Turkish bar, law bar with us, alongside with us. I thank you very much. He's very right in his points. I think we should make a difference between climate politics and ecocide politics. The third one, well, let's make it national, international, and right in between. The lawmakers has to be kind of pushed into a corner that they cannot postpone it anymore. Our targets to constitution, to include it into constitution. In countries like Turkey, it comes through by international law, and then we adopt it. International climate policies, international ecocide policies, we should act for it. We should make our own laws, propose them. No country has a proper law. They are on the way of making it. The wild use of nature, especially the last 50 years, pushed us into this point. What is wrong, what is right, cannot be easily decided by the countries. Have to deal with many parameters, many balances of using nature in some, unfortunately, a reasonable way to survive. Every passing year, very new things, new topics we will be talking about. We will have our losses. I think the planet will tell us what we should be talking about, and when planet's response is visible, so all these process is going to be speeded up. I think we should be prepared for
ulaşmamış oluruz. Bu noktada hem ulusal işbirliği hem bölgesel hem de
makes words so that maybe in this way well, we definitely need international collaboration. So Istanbul Convention is an for me over the border convention. I say to my students, if you have chance, please apply to the international courts if you can. We're always talking about over the border conventions as a solution. Not only the civil society, bars, schools, universities, organizations of vocation. There needs to be a national and international level of collaboration. We need international jurisdiction. There are 4 different courts taking care of that. An Ecocide international court can be a target in the end. This should be talked about. This should be mentioned in every place, everywhere. We need to give the right
Tekrardan merhaba arkadaşlar.
Decisions at the
Bir
right
önceki
time.
oturumda ben
Hello? In the previous session, I had a suggestion. I made a suggestion. I want you to carry on from
devam
that
etmek lazım.
point.
Şöyle somutlamak lazım.
Let's make it
Uluslararası eksen
concrete. First of all, the international, from the point of international,
üzerinde ciddi ve daimi değişime yol açan geniş çaplı zarar ve tahribat. Yani ne kadar zaman ve işte
vague. When we talk about severe, how severe we can talk about. It is also the issue for the civil society, and we should take it up to the opponent deputies, the opponent parties in the assembly, alongside with
tam da demokratik yaşama
lawyers. We can prepare some proposals. Like we can future, we put it in front of the assembly, and we do everything, and you look at it and you raise your hand. This is what we should be saying to the decision makers. We should take this one as a proposal to the assembly. We should be doing it beforehand, in advance. Either we, the conscious coalition, we should do it, or any other. Let's call our friends to do this proposal, law proposal, and have them as the promise of the opponent parties in the next elections. Hello, all. Okay, it's been 6 days that we have been working on. Thank you very much for the ones who let us join in. Wherever we position ourselves from that point of view, there are so much things to do. The human history and the 20th century, I think we should have a new perspective to handle the issues that we used to handle. Ecology, nature, all these issues, the crimes, and about the planet, and that planet is the part of the whole universe. This tug of war, this hegemonium war of our species to one another, take us to somewhere else. There needs to be a radical change in the
bu canlı, bu dinamik yapının, bu dinamik ilişkilerin
crisis.
Bizim bütün bunların yanında ben yaptığımız hiçbir şeyin
This dynamic relationship and the geography of Anatolia, we consider it. Of course, we will carry on what we are doing. But, however, we have to accelerate.
Bu çerçevede bir yeni yaşam biçiminin tariflenmesi gerektiği kanaat.
Doable projects, maybe. Just like the rules, for example, like you can never play basketball in mud.
Yapıları bile çökertecek bir biçimde kapitalist yaşamın
Capitalism is overruling everything, so we have to name a lifestyle that is in peace with nature. We have to understand our
uygun bir toplumsal yaşamı, toplumsal yapılanma modelleri üzerinde çalışmakta bir zorunluluk var. Çünkü kapitalizmi
you can't live through the capitalism and get over it. You can't play basketball in a muddy area.
Birkaç yazışma
I have given similar examples of it. So we need to have a new lifestyle that ism over ism is no use for us.
Hele yaşadığımız coğrafya, Anadolu coğrafyası köktenci bir değişimle
have to develop a new way of thinking. The next steps in here, not the election I'm talking about. It is like losing what we have inherited from Anatolia. And natural wise, a new social structure is needed. What is life, for example? We have to debate on that. Thank you so very much. Solidarity. New lifestyle is the aim of all, I guess. We have so little time. So we need to go on with the according to the we should say things about the Ecocide conference that we held, and we should
diğer avukat arkadaşlara
make our sentence accordingly. If we look at that, if we let's remember February. In February, there was a meeting who government took care.
Bunun 200 küsur maddelik bir tavsiye kararı çıktı. Tavsiye şeyleri, tavsiye maddeleri diyelim.
Some articles. There has been some recommendations, not so many recommendations. They're just on paper, and the decisions, in fact, are worrisome. In this climate meeting that the government held, there has been a draft and there has been a proposal for the climate law prepared by government. And do you have it in your head? And can we think about what kind of
studies can be held if government comes up with some climate law proposal, which is not what in the sense that we understand. You have given us a lot of ideas that where we can use in our lawsuits. I just want to say a few things. On the one hand, Ecocide is something international.
için çalışıyoruz. Diğer taraftan bu gerçekleşene kadar Uluslararası Ceza Mahkemesi'nde
it happens in the International Criminal Court. We go on with the 7th article in the human atrocity. We can carry on with that, and the corporations attack on humans, and we can make complaints about that until this is what we use, until the Ecocide law is in place, is in effect, is acknowledged and in effect. And the Human Rights Court had Article 8, somewhat accordingly, that supports our environmental. The European Environmental Court can be constructed, can be established, and the judges of which can be from the European Council. And all these will belong to the Council. In this way, the rightist hegemonium will be discarded by having an independence of their by not paying their wages. That European Union, its Council, its Parliament has so many features. Could it be possible that an environmental court is built? What route should we follow? The European Parliament, the European Council, to ask for a European Environmental Court to be established?
Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
European Council and European Union's councils are very different. European Union is super national and political.
Hangi konsey olduğunu düşünmek anlamında Strasbourg'daki Avrupa Konseyi
address our question in Strasbourg. The European Council in Strasbourg, where Turkey is a member of, it has a litigation, a jurisdiction. The European Council in Strasbourg can come up
Bu daha olası, onu hemen söyleyeyim. Özel bir
ask for a special court. Yeah, it can be asked. European Council that member states should have some demands on it. Would be best estimation 15 years you can build up such a court, an environmental court. A year ago, climate was something very important, but after the Russian-Ukrainian war, then there came the coal as a solution. So it's not much possible to estimate what is next. Yeah, it can be, what you propose can be tried by
üye ülkelerin inisiyatif
working
olarak
with the parliamentarians, doing the groundwork. Yeah, well, that can be done. Why not Turkey starting it? But with this government, it's a bit hard to do. The other way around, if you look at it. I'm
Burada
sorry.
hani benim kafamdaki yani hayal kurduğum şey Avrupa İnsan Hakları Mahkemesi'ne ek Avrupa işte Strasbourg'da
My imagination. Well, what I think of is that not a Supreme Court, but somewhat somewhat taken away from the nation's right to judge the environmental issues, but to be judged by the environmental
egemenlik hakkı kavramı bağlamında sıkıntı yaratabilecek bir yaklaşım. Yani
judges from European. Well, it's not much likely because there is a sovereignty issue, but if you have somewhat supreme
yaklaşım değil ne yazık ki ama belki de ileride
call it environmental court, you can take the cases to the courts.
Ve en pratik çözüm ya AHİM'in içinde apayrı özel
in present situation. Present situation, you can
uygulamalar olarak karar verebiliyor.
If an issue comes up to then he takes the issue by taking into consideration the whole of European states' knowledge. So all jurisdiction or legislation should be independent. Jurisdiction should be independent. Devrilecek kimse yok.
Benzer bir uygulama Avrupa Birliği'nde var. Avrupa Birliği'ni kuran antlaşmanın 267. maddesine baktığımızda Avrupa Birliği'nin işleyişi hakkındaki üye ülkelerin yargıçları tıpkı yeri geldiğinde Avrupa Birliği Adalet Divanı yargıçları gibi mevcut sorununun çözümünde Avrupa Birliği hukukunu reysen uygulayabiliyorlar. Uygulama yetkileri var. Benzer bir uygulamayı da şimdi sorunuzun ikinci kısmına gelince Avrupa Birliği açısından yine bir iklim mahkemesi, bir çevre mahkemesi kurulabilir mi? Bence mevcut Avrupa Birliği Adalet Divanı çerçevesinde olabilir. Yeni bir mahkemenin kurulması hem ciddi zaman kaybı, yani ben onlar açısından değerlendiriyorum. Yoksa bana kalırsa tabii ki kurulması lazım. Hem de ciddi bir örgütlenme gerektireceği için, ciddi bir maliye çıkaracağı için Avrupa Birliği'nin
in fact, it should be done, of course, but the funding of it is going to be would be immense, so it would be massive.
personel sayısının son derece artması sebebiyle özel bir mahkeme kurdu. İşte personel işleri mahkemesi. Benzer şekilde çevre
For example,
mahkemeyi de çok
for a court
oluşturabilir
for
ve çok kolaylıkla hayata geçirebilir. Benim bu aşamada vereceğim
built in a court for environment.
tam hatırlayamadım.
as well.
Bana bir hatırlatır mısınız? Konuya girerek dağıldım ama.
Bir soruydu hocam. İklim yasası taslağı.
Climate proposal that
belediyelerden tutun da
I had some informal information. So many people were in this business. I don't have it. Whenever I have it, I send it to you.
İrfan Keskin'in bir yorumu var. Onu okuyacağım size. Mesaj yoluyla iletmiş. 1994 yılında İstanbul'a 3. köprü yapmak cinayettir, katliamdır diyen Erdoğan, 3. köprü, 3. havalimanı yaparak 13 milyon ağaç katletti. O dönem
Erdoğan has destroyed forests when the third bridge was built in Istanbul, and the Ecocide, ecological destruction that Istanbul lives. Maybe you could have worked on such projects. Maybe you could have came up with some ideas in the end. Global Green Constitution is what he's proposing. Yeah, I agree with you. Do we have to wait for the international regulations? No, we don't need to. If we have the public opinion built in and the government declares its will to make these happen, yeah, anything is possible. So all these will take time.
Ekolojik anayasalar önemli bir kazanım olacaktır. Bunu da uluslararası girişimlere uygun olarak önemli bir kazanım olarak karşımıza çıkıyor.
Constitution is going to be a huge acquisition in the end.
bulunmak isteyen varsa söz verebilirim. Yoksa bu konuyu kapatıp bir ara vereceğiz. Ama öncesinde istiyorsanız bu oturumda konuşulanları da
Alright, let's do we have any other questions?
Avrupa İnsan Hakları Sözleşmesi'nin 2. maddesi, yaşam hakkı 8. maddesi, özel hayat keza diğer
Privacy of life, European regulations is very important and it should be used. I want to say is that
için özellikle bunu söylüyorum. Şu anda insan türü gezegenin hakimi ve çok muhtemeldir ki kendi sonunu hazırlıyor. Kendi sonunu hazırlamakta kalmıyor. Gezegenin de sonunu hazırlama çabasında ne yazık ki bunun durdurulması gerekiyor. Bu noktada da gezegenin kendi kaderinin tayin hakkının olması gerektiğini yüksek sesle söylememiz gerekiyor. Beni dinlediğiniz için teşekkür ediyorum. Umarım hepiniz için yararlı bir sunum olmuştur. Tekrar emeği geçen herkese teşekkür ediyorum.
Teşekkür ederiz hocam. Aramızda uluslararası düzeyde çalışan Belçikalı falan Belçikalı arkadaşlarımız var. Bence onlar doğrudan doğruya sizinle temas.
And I hope that they should be together with you. They should be in contact with you. So you have given it to me. So we're going to. Well, you have clapped your hands, and that means that you are confirming. So let's make a group that Ecocide group and Ecocide group maybe to work on how are we going to handle it? How are we going to put it into our constitution? How are we going to put it into our penal code? How are we going to handle it in the next election? Maybe next time we can use it. We can be the lawyer of the planet.
Kuzeyinden güneyine, doğusundan batısına her birimiz yaşadığımız bölgesel olarak paylaşıyoruz. Önümüzde de bir seçim süreci var. Hep birlikte bu ülkenin yurttaşları olarak biliyoruz ki bizim yurttaşlığımız sandığa oy vermeye gideceğimiz zaman kıymetli olur. Seçimden seçime yurttaş olarak ağırlıklı olarak hatırlanır, hali hatrı soruluruz. Dolayısıyla Arif Bey'in önerisinin, Koray Bey'in önerisinin aynı şekilde çok kıymetli olduğunu düşünüyorum. Bu 2 günde paylaştıklarımızın somut bir çıktısı olmak adına
the group who will work around this legal working group. This meeting can decide about this working group after the discussions. We can decide on this proposal and accept the resolution.
Zorlanmaya başlamışlar. Birçok şey konuştuk.
Translators are getting so angry with us. The proposal was setting up a working group, and Ecocide working group can organize. And Pelin is these people would extend the group, and they will let people who wants to work about the working group will come on. We discussed about international court, the need for environmental court. There were very effective discussions. We hope that this would be positive input to the future perspectives. Thank you very much. Volunteers, please give your presentations to Melis. We have 15-minute break. We will meet again after 15 minutes. Last point, in terms of the preparation of the legal paper. 1 minute, please.
Koalisyonunun içerisinde Ecokırım grubu, çalışma grubu hala hazırda çalışmaktadır. Şu ana
Climate Justice Coalition is still the group on Ecocide working groups already working on it. That working group will continue with that decision. Still, that will the group will be working with Ecocide working group. Levent will be producing our decisions that this decision needs to be corrected in this way. Yes.
Arkadaşlar tekrardan hatırlatıyorum.
Friends, I remind you.
Birazdan arkadaşlar bildirgiyi açıklamak için gelecekler. O yüzden ayrılmamanızı rica ederiz.
Comrades will give us documents in the end. We will meet again in 15 minutes. Bye bye.
Sevgili arkadaşlar, 2 günkü tartışmalarımızdan özetle
Overall, we have created a final declaration based on our discussions over the last 2 days. And I will now invite Serdar to read that out. Hello all, this is Serdar Gökçen. I am the General Secretary of the Chamber of Environmental Engineers. I will read out the final declaration for you and submit that to your approval. And I would like to congratulate everyone for putting efforts into this 2-day organization. I have greatly utilized it, and it will be the struggle of all of us. Thank you all. Our conference, which aims to include ecocide as a crime in domestic and international law, bears the responsibility of being an international organized meeting in Turkey. Discussions about ecocide have started to be discussed in different dimensions in different countries with the effect of the damage done to nature. Activists and lawyers are trying to pass the crime of ecocide into the laws of their own countries with their work. These efforts continue to strengthen not only for defining a domestic law, but also for accepting ecocide as the 4th crime in addition to crimes against humanity, genocide, and war crimes, which the International Criminal Court deals with. The aim is not just to stay within the country, but to get global support and bond. The legal struggle is very important in terms of the participation and active role of the subjects. Volunteers continue their activities around the world to declare ecocide as a crime, and opportunities for international solidarity are increasing, as in this conference. Efforts are continuing to make ecocide an issue for the youth and to carry out campaigns with the support of the public. On the way to COP27, global institutions and capital are repeating the same rhetoric. The existing law is aimed at continuing as it is. So we want to create a rule to prevent harm to nature. We must create this rule to see nature as a value in itself and to punish all crimes. The normative power of laws can reach far beyond lawsuits, so nature's rights can be protected by criminalizing ecocide. The law is not static and stable. It is shaped according to the needs. Therefore, measures should be taken to prevent human activities against nature.
Çevreye ağır ve geniş çapta ya da ağır ve uzun vadeli bir biçimde zarara yol açmasının kuvvetle muhtemel olduğunun bilincinde yasa dışı veya keyfi olarak işlenen fiiller.
So, in our conference, where the definition of acts committed illegally or arbitrarily with the awareness that is highly likely to cause serious and large-scale or long-term damage to the environment, constitute the crime of ecocide. The concepts included in the definition were questioned from different perspectives. Within the framework of these discussions, it can be said that especially environmental protection should be extended from war crimes to peacetime. Ecocide crimes should be handled in line with the principles of precaution and predictability, considering that there are responsibilities, and within this framework, the potential ecological destruction risk of the act should be considered sufficient for the formation of a criminal sanction, and the damage should not be expected. Penalties for the crime of ecocide, on the other hand, can be defined by a process that can occur over time and will be formed over time by the structures that decide that the crime has occurred, as is the case with genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. There are 2 types of destruction: ecological destruction caused by war and ecological destruction caused by war. Rapidly increasing energy, construction and mining activities create fuel in themselves, and they continue their destruction by taking advantage of the law. Eco-crime in the domestic law of the countries. Climate and ecology crimes can be grouped under 3 headings: national, regional, and international. It is necessary to make ecological-based additions and rewrite the constitutional laws. Rights to nature are enshrined in the Constitution of Ecuador and the laws of Bolivia. Ecocide Alliance was established, bringing together parliamentarians who share the same view on global ecocide as a crime. This formation takes action in terms of presenting parliamentary questions and presenting bills. The recognition of ecocide as a crime in the international court will provide us with a fundamental basis in terms of domestic law and will strengthen the laws of countries against the worst damages. Belgium was the first country to open a debate on ecocide in its parliament. The scope of validity of ecocide crime in Belgium has been handled in a way that covers crimes committed outside the country as well. Individuals will not only be prosecuted for ecocide crimes committed in Belgium, but also for crimes committed abroad. The purpose of this legislative change is to deter environmental change and create a paradigm shift rather than punishing people. In crimes against climate, the crime scene is global. Ecosystems are given legal rights, one of which is the Mar Menor Salt Lake in Spain. After many years of ecological destruction, with the death of tons of fish mobilizing people, a human chain action was carried out in an area of 70 kilometers on the edge of the lake, and 650,000 wet signatures were collected. The Spanish Parliament took a decision on this action, and with this, the Mar Menor Salt Lake and its basin gained the right to naturally protect and evolve, the right to regain their former health, the right to be protected from anthropogenic pressures as an ecosystem. The administration, which also carries out the actions for the pursuit of these rights, a tripartite structure was established in the form of a monitoring commission and a scientific commission. The crime of ecocide shows itself in our practices in the field. The existence of the gold mine in Iliç is an ecocide crime against not only the rights of Turkey, but also all the peoples of the Middle East due to the damages it causes and the latest cyanide spill and the fact that the Euphrates extended to the Persian Gulf. Using as existing laws in an emergency should be used as a method of struggle. 2 thermal power plant managers were complained to the International Court Prosecutor's Office for Crimes Against Humanity. The managers of all fossil fuel, thermal, and mining companies that cause the climate crisis can be tried at ICC. This trial can be made on the basis that the results of the actions of these companies that affect the climate in the era of climate crisis do not occur in a particular country, but have a global impact. That is, the crime scene is global. In the applications regarding the Bergama gold mine, a violation decision was made in accordance with the article of European Convention on Human Rights on the Protection of Private Life, ensuring such a broad interpretation of the Convention for all ecocide crimes and ensuring that ecocide is included in the agreement with an additional protocol sent before us as a field of legal struggle.
Düşündük arkadaşlar bunu yazarken yani bu 2 günlük tartışmanın bunun üzerine yazılmış bir şey. Elbette hem redaksiyonu hem de önerileri açın. Yani bunu evet yani değerlendireceğiz sonra. Tamam.
Gerek yok mu? Tamam, takibi kolay olur. Buyurun.
Türkiye'deki ekolojik suçlar.
Ecological crimes in Turkey, the session of our conference where ecology movements and legal struggles in Turkey were discussed. Lawyer Cihan Eren, who was killed while fighting against the Green Throat in Rize Fındıklı, Metin Lokumcu, who was killed as a result of the attack of the police with a gas bomb in the fight against hydroelectricity power plants in Artvin Hopa, and Aysin Büyüknoğlu and Ali Ulvi Büyüknoğlu were killed in their struggle to protect their living spaces and cedar trees against the quarry in Antalya, Finike. While we seek justice for all areas of ecological destruction, we're also looking for our friends who were taken from us and for our friends who were arrested for fighting to defend the city and nature by saying we are defending Gezi. We salute the ongoing resistance in Mezekköy against the GPPs, in İkizköy against the thermal power plant, in İkizdere against the quarry, and in Deshtin against the cement factory. Ecology activists who advocate for voluntary rights are the essence of Turkey. We try to contribute to the Ecocide debates by trying to convey this essence to our conference with transfers from various fields of struggle. The forest of Matthew is divided by means of gains, while the struggle for the defense of ecosystem and urban rights continues by Matthew components. Vali de Bagro, which is an important habitat in terms of ecosystem diversity in the city, is intended to be a national garden. In Munzur, where forests have been burned for security reasons, 145 mining licenses and deforestation are in danger of destroying an entire geography. If the Kanal Istanbul project is realized, there will be a complete destruction affecting the entire geography, both terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems, and Istanbul will be a complete eco-climate area. Multifaceted attacks such as mining, destruction of historical texture, uranium exploration, GPP, WPP quarries, and sea pollution in Kaz Mountains are about to destroy the region. In Malatya, there are 1,050 tenders for mines such as gold, thorium, uranium, and HEPPs. Madra Mountain is under mining threat. There are regular actions against the destruction of Uludağ National Park and the display of aquatic systems in Bursa. The struggle against the road and the resistance against HEPPs has continued since the 90s, when the Black Sea Coastal Road was built. The nature defense struggle, which started with the struggle for the gold mine in Bergama, continues against attacks that we cannot count, such as the destructions in Alia in the Aegean and the big project in Cheshme and the radioactive wastes in Gaziemir. The nature massacre, which is not limited to the tree cutting and mining activities in Şırnak, is intertwined with security policies, and rent policies have been added to this recently. In the entire region, where security zones have been created with dams, the gates of the authorities are closed, the public cannot access the Ecocide sites, and those who struggle for nature are prevented due to security policies. Biofuels are spreading all over Turkey. However, burning forests, car tires, and garbage are not renewable. Damages caused by 2 thermal power plants and lignite mines in Maraş Elbistan have had a very negative impact on both nature and human health for many years, as in all other thermal power plant areas in Turkey. Fertilizer factory in Zonguldak, Filos, iron and steel factory in Karadeniz area, and air pollution from these factories threaten life. The dangers to aquatic ecosystems are about to destroy all the aquatic environments. Salda Lake, which is a closed ecosystem, is wanted to be destroyed as a national garden. And the basin is plagued by barrenness and pollution. Marmara is in a moribund state with pollution, as revealed by the recent mucilage. This situation of Marmara actually goes back a long time. The first ecocide in Marmara occurred in Küçükçekmece, and this is very similar to Mar Menor, which gained the status of a real person in Spain. We should combine the struggle of Marmara with the struggle of Mar Menor. All these struggle experiences show us the possibilities of struggle together. We learn theory from science, struggle from the field. We defend all our living spaces and commons in which we struggle. Ecocide should be a crime in Turkey. It is possible to examine the question of whether the 82 Constitution allows democratic rights and freedoms to be punished as follows. The public interest is at the forefront in the Constitution. According to the Constitution, the triple duty of the state for environmental democracy is to prevent, protect, and develop. Violation of these duties by the state creates the subjective right of the individual against the state. For example, EIA processes are a positive obligation for the state. As a result, we can say that even if it's not explicitly stated, the crime of ecocide is implicitly defined in the Constitution. There are penal code articles that can contribute to the establishment of the crime of ecocide in Turkey, in addition to the genocide and crimes against humanity. 2 new crimes added to the penal code in 2006. Articles related to ecocide can be added to. Ecological constitutions will be an important gain. We do not have to wait for international legal regulations for a constitutional amendment.
Ekokırım kavramının kümülatif etkileri içerecek şekilde ele alınması gerekmektedir. Ekokırımın suç olarak tanınması ve Türkiye
And based on the principle of quantitative accumulations lead to qualitative changes, the concept of ecocide should be handled in a way that includes cumulative effects. A draft law should be prepared for
gerçekleştirilecektir. Gezegenin kendi kaderini tayin hakkı. Süreç artık doğanın inisiyatifinde, hukuksal süreç de artık doğanın uyarılar vermesiyle ilerleyecek. Toplumsal alanda da yeni yaşamı inşa etmek, ekokırımın bir suç olarak tanınması mücadelesini destekleyecektir. Yeni bir kavram olarak gündeme gelen sınır aşan sözleşmelere göre taraf olmayan ülkeler artık yaptırımları reddedemiyorlar. Gezegeni ilgilendiren sözleşmeler artık tüm insanlığı ilgilendiriyor ve bağlayıcılığı var. Ekokırımlarda tüm gezegen zarar görüyor. Bu nedenle gezegenin kendi kaderinin tayin hakkına sahip olması hukuksal süreçlerde tanımalıdır. Uluslararası bir ekokırım mahkemesi kurularak yeryüzü genelinde Dünya Anayasası'na giden yol açılmalıdır. 4 Kasım 2022 İstanbul.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Arkadaşlar çok teşekkür ederiz Türkiye'nin dört yanından. Bu iki gün bizlerle bu tartışma yürüttüğünüz için, hatta uluslararası katılımcılarımızın gelmesi de bizleri çok onurlanmıştı. Bu tartışmalara bugün daha yeni başladık. Startı bu 2 günde verdik. Yolumuz açık olsun, daha tartışacak, yapacak çok şeyimiz var. Elbette ki inşallah bir gün ekokırımı hem uluslararası düzeyde hem de Türkiye'de bir suç olarak göreceğiz. Mücadelemizde hepimize kolay gelsin.
Gazhane. Şu anda hava kararmak üzere, söz verdik.
Now the sun is going
Tam
down.
işte buluşalım. Normalde gezi 1,5
Let's
saat.
meet up in the entrance for the tour of
Mekan anlatma, 2. bölüm iklim krizi dolayısıyla kömür kullanımı, 3. bölümde Gazhane Çevre Gönüllü Tarihi. Ben bu üçünü yarım saat içerisinde, ikincisini anlatmama gerek yok. Zaten konumuz buydu. İkisini yarım saat içerisinde sıkıştırmaya çalışacağım. Çeyrek geçe girişte buluşalım katılmak isteyenlerle.